Chapter 304. Rumble. Countless heavenly tribulations came crashing down, turning the entire cave into dust. At this time, the heavenly tribulations also entered Jiang Li's body and the great sovereign embryo. Deep within the embryo, there was an absorption force that started to absorb the heavenly tribulations. Jiang Li's great emperor embryo had the ability to absorb all damage. Now that it had encountered a calamity, the embryo's most powerful instincts were unleashed. Countless injuries were converted into energy, causing his injuries to rapidly heal. The power of the heavenly tribulation might be harmful to others, but to him, it was nourishing. Moreover, Jiang Xinyue's 9 holy embryos bombarded his body, wanting to destroy his mind, flesh, and soul. This was also an attack of destruction. At this moment, Jiang Li hugged Jiang Xinyue's naked body tightly, wanting to devour her holy embryos. Jiang Xinyue wanted to kill him anyway. This time, he kept devouring all the energy of Jiang Xinyue's 9 holy embryos. But how ferocious was the energy of the holy embryos? It seeped into his body and almost caused his great emperor's embryo to explode. He could only try his best to dissolve it. Jiang Li, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Xinyue was furious because she had been defiled by Jiang Li. She swore to kill him. She recklessly channeled energy into Jiang Li's body, attempting to cause an explosion. Moreover, while she was channeling energy, the heavenly tribulation descended, causing the entire cave to explode into pieces. You crazy woman, I didn't have a choice. I didn't mean to rape you. Jiang Li scolded. We are all victims, okay? Kill. Jiang Xinyue sent energy again, ignoring the lightning. Jiang Li was furious. Fine, let's see what you can do. Great Emperor's Seal, activate. Heaven, earth, human heart, water, fire, wind, lightning, eternal dream. He used the Great Emperor's Seal crazily, absorbing all the energy. He felt waves of energy being born from the embryo and condensing into biological energy to repair his body. His body was on the verge of exploding at any moment. He tried his best to absorb all the energy, exhaling and suppressing it, transforming the violent energy into a peaceful state. His body gave off an aura like that of the earth, able to contain countless life forms. He had successfully cultivated the Great Emperor Earth Seal, and under the infusion of powerful energy, his body was completely healed. Moreover, Jiang Xinyue wanted to kill him. He resisted with all his strength and could only keep absorbing Jiang Xinyue's soul. Now their bodies were entangled, and even their souls were entangled. The saint embryos of both sides combined in the heavenly tribulation, and immediately, the 2 saint embryos underwent an inconceivable transformation. Their vital energies were entangled in the heavenly tribulation like 2 kinds of medicine being boiled in a raging fire, gradually forming a medicinal soup that could bring the dead back to life. Originally, Jiang Xinyue's longevity supreme scripture was the strongest absolute art. Naturally, Jiang Li's Great Emperor Seal was also the strongest absolute art. Both of their energies fused together. After being calcined and entangled, they gradually formed a kind of biological energy that neither of them could compare with. Jiang Li felt that as he wriggled, it became more and more intense. Jiang Xinyue's body became boiling hot. Endless energy entered his body, and through the transformation and interaction, his great emperor's embryo was stimulated and seemed to become stronger. He felt his body was full of power, but at the same time, the energy that couldn't be absorbed began to flow back into Jiang Xinyue's body. The 2 seemed to have unintentionally combined their energy and completed the most ancient and primitive dual cultivation. Yin and Yang intersected. The 2 polarities were born. The universe changed, and the vitality became chaotic. Father and mother. At that moment, the saint embryo in Jiang Li's body gained a huge amount of energy and changed. Because he had absorbed the damage from the lightning and Jiang Xinyue's saint embryo, the biological energy from the longevity supreme scripture and the biological energy from the Great Emperor's Seal converged. They complemented and changed each other, allowing him to cultivate the great emperor's embryo to the highest peak. In an instant, his great emperor's earth seal was successfully cultivated, and he was still trying to break through to the great emperor's heavenly seal. He fused with the biological energy from the longevity supreme scripture. Some of the cultivation that the great emperor's seal couldn't comprehend was now comprehended. The fused energy had a huge impact on his body. His body was remolded once again. Every cell seemed to be twice as tough as before, and all the elements in his body were arranged closely. And it was the same for Jiang Xinyue. Countless mutated energies fused into her body. Not only did it heal all her injuries, but the biological energy from the fusion of the supreme scripture and the great emperor's energy also made her break through to the next realm. She was at the second tier of the embryonic breathing realm, the divine breath realm. Now, she was actually trying to break through to the mixed essence breath realm. But at that moment, Jiangli felt the surging energy in his body like a raging river. All his injuries were healed, and his body was twice as strong as before. With a jolt, he left Jiang Xinyue's body. Jiang Xinyue also jumped up. The 9 balls of light in her body were faintly discernible, as though they were about to explode with their strongest power. This was the aura of advancing to the mixed essence breath realm. Jiang Li, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Xinyue's palm struck out. There were actually 9 gusts of wind, each condensed into a pitch-black line. The lightning also disappeared. It seemed that her aura had merged with Jiang Li's aura. The heavens had recognized her as someone from the cultivation world. Jiang Li struck out with his palm as well. It was also a pitch-black line. Both of their palm winds canceled each other out in mid-air. Jiang Li's strength had at least doubled. He felt the emperor's embryo in his body become clearer again. Looking closely, he saw a fist-sized ball of transparent bioenergy condensed into liquid. In the depths of the bioenergy, there was a black hole that seemed to absorb all energy and damage. Jiang Xinyue, do you still want to fight me? This time, it was a blessing in disguise. Through our dual cultivation, we obtained power. The bioenergy from your longevity paragon scripture fused with the energy from my grand emperor seal, resulting in an unbelievable transformation. The fusion of the 2 types of bioenergy in the face of heavenly tribulation transformed into an extremely powerful type of bioenergy. This is highly beneficial for our cultivation. Jiang Li said, now I can feel that your strength has increased a lot. My strength has even doubled. In short, I don't mind if you let go of your hatred and continue dual cultivation with me. How about that? This way, you can rapidly increase your strength, and I can also quickly condense the emperor's embryo. I see that you are now stuck at the critical point of the mixed essence breath. If you can dual cultivate with me for half a year, we can both advance. You should know that it is very difficult for both of us to advance. Shameless. Jiang Li, you're really shameless. Jiang Xinyue was infuriated. She had just been raped by Jiang Li. Although she benefited a lot from it, she could not wash away the psychological humiliation. Now that Jiang Li wanted to dual cultivate with her, he was so shameless that it was indescribable. Oomph. You came to kill me and kept chasing after me. In the end, both of us were injured, so you're the one who's stupid. Jiang Li was very calm. No matter what, you benefited more than I did when I raped you. What happened? At this moment, the 10,000 beasts Venerable One appeared in front of the broken peak. It was dumbfounded when it looked at the cave residents that had turned into ashes. Then it looked at Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Li, who had fully recovered their strengths. You didn't fall into depravity, and your strengths increased instead. What's going on? Kill. Jiang Xinyue suddenly flew out and turned into 9 shadows, which surrounded the 10,000 beasts Venerable One. 10,000 beasts roar. The 10,000 beasts Venerable One roared furiously. Then numerous wild beast shadows charged at them from behind. They clashed in the air. Bam! The 10,000 beasts Venerable One shrieked and left behind a pool of blood. Then it vanished without a trace. It was not Jiang Xinyue's match. Even so, It seemed like Jiang Xinyue could not catch up to it either. Once the 10,000 beasts Venerable One escaped, Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue were left facing each other. Jiang Xinyue kept gathering her powers, causing the momentum behind her to change drastically. It seemed like she would not stop until she killed Jiang Li. Why? Jiang Xinyue, are you still going to kill me? Jiang Li furrowed his eyebrows. The problem is you can't kill me. I've become more powerful earlier, and the 10,000 beasts Venerable One is still watching from the side, so we can't let both of us suffer. All right, aren't you pursuing the highest state? You'll only advance to the origin boundary if you dual cultivate with me. Jiang Li, can you be more shameless? I won't dual cultivate with you even if I die. Jiang Xinyue was so infuriated that her lungs were about to explode. Nonetheless, when she operated her 9 sacred fetuses, there was indeed nothing difficult at all. The forceful biological energy seemed to be able to achieve all changes, and it was more powerful than any other biological energy. Jiang Li was right. If they could dual cultivate, accumulate changes, and merge the 2 energies, each of them would benefit tremendously. Jiang Xinyue knew it was difficult for her to cultivate the supreme longevity scripture step by step. In particular, it was countless times more difficult for her to advance as compared to ordinary powerhouses. She was eager to advance too, and this was the best opportunity, which was more beneficial than any spiritual pill or medicine. This was because they both cultivated the most powerful technique. When 2 types of biological energies were combined, they would be the strongest of the strongest. It was just like how a child born from 2 excellent genes would be the most outstanding one. Moreover, the supreme longevity scripture and the great emperor's seal were inextricably linked. This was because the supreme longevity scripture was a lost art from the cultivation world, and the great emperor's relic came from the cultivation world too. Then there's nothing I can do. Jiang Li spread out his hands. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. I'll leave this place first, and you should behave yourself. You're not allowed to leave. Jiang Xinyue sounded cold. What? You want to kill me? Jiang Li sighed. I told you, you can't kill me, and I can't kill you either. We'll be wasting our time if we fight. In any case, you're not allowed to leave. Jiang Xinyue thought about it and realized that there was indeed nothing she could do, but she was not willing to let Jiang Li leave just like that. She had already been humiliated today, so she wanted to kill Jiang Li, but she could not do anything to him. What exactly should I do? She pondered. Chapter 305. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Jiang Li clapped his hands. He didn't want to be entangled with Jiang Xinyue anymore. Although it was a messy affair, Jiang Xinyue had benefited much more than him. He felt that he had suffered a loss. He was still a virgin. Jiang Xinyue didn't say anything. She just followed behind Jiang Li coldly, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Jiang Li's body flashed, and he left. The surroundings were filled with mountain peaks. It was unknown where they were. The cultivation world was as big as the 3 solar systems. It was vaster than any planet. Logically speaking, the mass of this world should be extraordinarily large, and the gravity should also be extraordinarily large. But strangely, the gravity of this cultivation world was exactly the same as Earth. According to many scientific models, Earth's gravity was most suitable for human reproduction and development. Therefore, the origin of civilization was Earth. This cultivation world had completely overturned the common sense of physics. But Jiang Li didn't find it strange at all. From a certain point of view, the cultivation world was a huge online game. Think about it. In online games, gravity and physical changes were all determined by the system. Whatever the system said was the law. Even if humans could fly, it wasn't rare for water to be over 100 degrees and fire to be below 0. It was even common for absolute 0 to not exist. The laws of the world were determined by the will of the heavens. Once the theory of multiverse came out, the common sense of three-dimensional universe physics was only suitable for this universe. But Jiang Li couldn't be bothered to study this knowledge. What he needed now was to become stronger and cultivate. The first step of cultivation was to find energy and inject it into his body. And the first step was to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy, or find spirit stones. His emperor relic had been taken away by Little Tharch, and he couldn't absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy anymore. There is only one way to become stronger, and that was to find spirit stones. Fortunately, the cultivation world was different from the Emperor's Star. Although the Emperor's Star was rich in resources for humans, it was too little for cultivators. Coming to the cultivation world from the Emperor's Star was like going from a barren desert to a fertile plain. Zhongli used his knowledge of feng shui and the experience of the cultivation world to check the mineral veins underground. The land of the cultivation world was unimaginably thick. According to human research, the thickness of the earth in the cultivation world is about 1 light year. What did that mean? Who could drill through the earth's crust that was 1 light year thick? Although the distance of a light year seemed vast, it was nothing in the universe. It was just a speck of dust. In the face of the universe, humans were insignificant specks of dust, even if they were saints. Zhongli leaped into the air, relying on his stellar energy. Gliding a little, he swept his gaze across the land below him. Mountains, rivers, forests, lakes, volcanoes, deserts, oceans. Feng Shui appeared before his eyes, and Zhongli immediately discovered a few good acupoints. They would definitely be able to accumulate spiritual energy and turn it into spirit stones. This is the Greenwood Emperor's acupoint. Countless amounts of wood qi gather in this sinkhole. It's surrounded by mountains, and in the middle is the spirit acupoint. If I'm not wrong, there must be what attribute spirit stones there. Zhongli thought to himself. He saw a primeval forest with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, which was equivalent to the size of half a province on Earth. In the forest, there was a huge sinkhole, which seemed to be caused by the impact of a meteorite. Zhongli landed in the sinkhole and found that countless amounts of spiritual energy were surging and gathering. His current mental strength could feel the second dimension's spiritual energy, but he couldn't pull the spiritual energy out of the second dimension. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was like a billionaire whose safe was filled with gold and jewelry, but he didn't have the key to the safe and couldn't take it out. Mountains of gold and silver could only starve to death. Because his mental strength was too strong, the surging spiritual energy in the second dimension was vivid in his mind, but his realm was not enough, so he couldn't pull it out. Boom! Zhongli found the location of a sinkhole and punched out. Immediately, the soil splashed. At first, the soil was black, but after going dozens of meters deep, the soil gradually turned green. There was a fragrance of tea leaves. It was a kind of green soil. This is the accumulation of wood qi. After thousands of years, the soil has turned green. If this green soil is transported to human society, it will be very beneficial for beauty, body nourishment, and even consumption. 1 gram is worth at least tens of thousands of star dollars. Zhongli sighed in admiration. The air that came out of his mouth turned into a huge shovel digging the ground. Are you looking for the wood attribute spirit stones underground? This is indeed a good acupoint. The greenwood qi in the surrounding hundreds of square kilometers is flowing continuously. However, the wood attribute spirit stones are gathered at least 10,000 meters underground. If you dig like this, you won't be able to do it without 3 to 5 days. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Xinyue's face. You can use your divine ability to dig. If you dig like this, how about we split it in half? Zhongli said without turning his head. Oomph! Jiang Xinyue's body trembled. Suddenly, a majestic energy turned into a spiral and suddenly drilled into the ground. In an instant, it seeped into the deepest part of the ground. Not long later, the green mud seemed to be wriggling, and something was about to break out of the ground. Half an hour later, suddenly, a ball of green light broke through the air and flew out. This light was emitted by a pearl. This pearl was the size of a fist. Once it appeared, it illuminated the entire world with a dark green color. A powerful energy surged within it. It could be said that the world was green. What a strong wood attribute spirit stone! Zhongli exclaimed. He had seen some wood attribute spirit stones before, but those would attribute spirit stones could not be compared to the one in front of him. According to the classification of spirit stones in the cultivation world, this would attribute spirit stone is at least of the peerless grade. It can even go one step further and reach the saint grade. A mocking smile appeared on Jiang Xinyue's face. However, this spirit stone belongs to me. Don't even think about getting it. As she spoke, the spirit stone emitted a raging green flame. Activated by Jiang Xinyue's mystique, it fused into her body. At first, her body emitted a green color, but then it gradually disappeared. Clearly, it had been completely refined. Jiangli was a little angry. Why? I want to see you unable to cultivate. I want to rob you of your resources. If you want to cultivate now, the only way is to find spirit stones to absorb. I will follow you all the time and see how you find spirit stones. I will continue to grow stronger and eventually break through to the mixed essence breath realm. As for you, you can't improve. Just wait for me to kill you. Jiang Xinyue's face was full of hatred. You are ruthless. Jiangli couldn't do anything to Jiang Xinyue, so he couldn't do anything to her. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm, and his body disappeared. In the distance, he caught a red Ganoderma grass. It was curved like coral and had a nice fragrance. He ate in one bite. Instantly, a warm current rose from his stomach. This warm current spread out and was absorbed by the emperor's fetus, turning into bioenergy. There are many treasures in the cultivation world. I don't believe you can rob them all. Let's wait and see. Jiang Xinyue was determined to follow Jiangli. No matter what, she was going to interfere with his cultivation. Looks like you're determined to follow me, Jiangli said. Watch your mouth. Jiang Xinyue was full of killing intent. At this time, Jiangli took off his pants and squatted down. Jiang Xinyue was shocked. What are you doing? She quickly turned around and didn't dare to look straight at him. She cursed. Jiangli, you pervert. What are you doing? Do you believe I won't kill you? I'm just taking off my pants and taking a dump. Jiangli did not even look at Jiang Xinyue. I just ate a Ganoderma grass, and it was immediately digested. There is some residue left, and I have to poop it out. If you let me absorb the spirit stones, there will be no impurities. Indeed, other than spirit stones, some natural treasures contained impurities in addition to the biological energy they contained. Jiang Li's current body was the immaculate body. The great emperor's embryo could absorb all biological energy and expel the impurities from his body. After eating, Jiang Li immediately wanted to take a dump. He wanted to keep his body clean forever. Pervert, have some manners. Jiang Xinyue's body swooped and flew into the distance. Jiang Li pulled up his pants and flew into the distance, trying to avoid this plague. Damn it, you treacherous bastard. Jiang Xinyue noticed that Jiang Li had disappeared. She couldn't help but be furious. You can't escape. There is no way out. As she spoke, she quickly chased after him. Damn it, how can I get rid of this follower? With her around, I really can't cultivate. If the spirit stones are stolen by her, how am I supposed to replenish my bioenergy? Kill beasts and eat their flesh? Even a few tons of meat can't compare to a little bit of spirit chi. After humans ate flesh and plants, their bodies could produce bioenergy. However, this bioenergy was very weak. It was tens of thousands of times weaker than the heaven and earth spirit chi. Absorbing 1 gram of heaven and earth spirit chi would take dozens of tons of high-quality beast meat. Therefore, eating the meat of beasts to replenish the emperor's fetus was simply a drop in the bucket. Jiang Li couldn't do anything about Jiang Xinyue, who was following him. He didn't know how to get rid of this follower. If he had the emperor's relic, it would be easy to get rid of this girl. Unfortunately, he didn't have the emperor's relic now. A few hours later, the sky was pitch black. There were no stars in the sky. Instead, there were moon-like rings that emitted a cold and gentle light. This was the cultivation world's unique lunar halo. Jiang Li felt the light of the lunar halo fall on his body. Waves of energy seeped into his body and was absorbed by the emperor's fetus. However, this was like a small stream flowing into the ocean. It didn't have much effect. He kept running to get rid of Jiang Xinyue. At the same time, the emperor's fetus was also absorbing some free energy. The Emperor's fetus could absorb all kinds of bioenergy and mechanical energy. This was completely different from cultivating a sacred fetus. On Earth, even in the cultivation world, all sacred fetus mainly absorb bioenergy. It was like humans eating rice and cars burning oil. But now, Zhongli's Emperor's fetus could absorb mechanical energy. This was like humans drinking gasoline to maintain their vitality. This was a breakthrough in life. The Emperor's seal's profoundness was slowly revealing itself. Chapter 306. In the cultivation world, there were countless beautiful sceneries, countless heavenly treasures, and all kinds of strange beasts and animals. If one could visit and travel with a couple at this time, it would be a very pleasant and romantic thing. A man and a woman were strolling in an unknown place in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, they were not a couple, but a pair of enemies. Zhongli and Jiang Xinyue. Swoosh. Zhongli found a water attribute spirit stone at the bottom of a deep pond. He was about to take it, but Jiang Xinyue waved her hand and a stream of energy went into the bottom of the pond. She grabbed the spirit stone and played with it in her hand. As long as one understood feng shui and had a strong spiritual force, one could find spirit stones in many places in the cultivation world. This was indeed a virgin land that had not been developed. If humans lived here, there would be no shortage of materials. Perhaps within a year, the population could be expanded dozens of times or even thousands of times. F***CK. Zhongli cursed. Jiang Xinyue, you are too much. You said I raped you. It was my first time, okay? We are even. Zhongli, you are angry. Jiang Xinyue played with the spirit stone in her hand. The angrier you are, the happier I am. Hee, I can give you the spirit stone, but you have to kneel and kowtow to me. How about that? Zhongli spat, but then he smiled evilly. Jiang Xinyue, you are following me like a bum. Be careful. I will do something to you. Do you believe that I will capture you and do it again? You can't anger me by being so shameless. This will make me more determined to kill you. Jiang Xinyue's face was expressionless. It seemed that she was swearing to kill Zhongli. Forget it. Zhongli's expression turned serious, like a chameleon. Follow me. I will let you fight for resources. Let's see how long you can follow me. You don't have to worry about that. Unless you die, I'll follow you. I'll make sure you can't cultivate or find spirit stones. I'll put you in danger at all times. I'll make you mentally and physically exhausted, and I'll make you regret everything you've done. Jiang Xinyue's hatred could not be washed away even if the waters of the four seas were to be used. How much hatred is there for you to act like this? Zhongli deliberately shuddered. How about this? What if I join the Jiang clan? Will you let me go? He was teasing her on purpose. No matter what, he would not rely on the Jiang family. Deep in his heart, he was thinking of all kinds of solutions. That won't work either. Let me tell you, there's only one way out, and that's death. Jiang Xinyue was not moved at all. She only said one word. Well then, let's die. Let's see who can endure it first. Zhongli simply took off his clothes and was naked. Ah! Jiang Xinyue screamed. Zhongli, what are you doing? Don't you have any shame? You're shameless. You're a hooligan. You're simply despicable. Don't you have any spirit of a man? I thought you were an expert and had some dignity, but you're shameless. If you have the ability, then fight me fair and square. What's the point of doing these despicable actions? What's the point? Zhongli's clothes were already tattered. In fact, Jiang Xinyue's clothes were also torn by him. However, Jiang Xinyue had used her energy to turn it into a set of talisman clothes. It was the Dharma clothing of the King of Sun and Moon Divine incantation. It was impervious to all evil and could also block any spiritual spying. I only brought one set of clothes to the cultivation world. There's no way you can use your energy to turn it into clothes. I don't care. You can follow me if you want. Zhongli grabbed with both hands. Instantly, the wind blew and the clouds surged. A storm enveloped him, and he flew into the distance again. D****. Jiang Xinyue stomped her feet angrily and followed behind him from afar. Even taking off my clothes doesn't work. It seems like Jiang Xinyue is determined to kill me. If I continue to be pestered by her, not only will my cultivation be delayed, but if she really breaks through to the primordial chaos breath realm during her cultivation, I'll really die a horrible death. Jiangli kept running, feeling a sense of urgency. It must be known that Jiang Xinyue had benefited more than him. Along the way, she could cultivate while his cultivation was disrupted. One was advancing while the other was advancing. The difference in strength was really difficult to make up for. If she continued to follow him like this for a long time, he would definitely be killed by this woman. It had to be said that Jiang Xinyue's method of stalking and preventing Jiang Li from cultivating was the best way to kill him. Otherwise, if Jiang Li was allowed to cultivate in the cultivation world without any worries, he would probably condense a sacred embryo in a few months and make a comeback. With Jiang Li's own strength, even if he wanted to cultivate the embryo of the emperor, it would still take him decades. In the end, he had many fortuitous encounters and reached his current stage, saving him decades of detours. Now, as long as Jiang Li obtained some more energy and fortuitous encounters, he would be able to cultivate the embryo of the emperor and successfully advance to the embryonic breathing realm. It seems like I can only get rid of this woman by going to dangerous places and finding places where powerful demonic beasts live. I can attract the demonic beasts and create chaos. Although it's dangerous, it's better than sitting here and waiting for death. It's a pity that although I'm familiar with the cultivation world, I don't know the geography of the entire cultivation world. There was only one reason. The cultivation world was too vast. It was the size of 3 solar systems. Even if he had remarkable powers, he wouldn't be able to fly across it. The distance from the Earth to the Sun would take 8 minutes at the speed of light, not to mention traversing the entire solar system. Even sages couldn't explore all the places in the cultivation world completely. Even the cultivation world's heavenly will couldn't cover some small places. There were even some places that the heavenly will couldn't reach. The places that even the heavenly will couldn't reach were called God's forbidden zone by humans on Earth. Jiang Li went deeper and deeper into the gathering places of some powerful demonic beasts in the cultivation world. Sometimes, something that looked like a flying dragon would appear in the sky. It would spit flames that were a few kilometers long. It was like the legendary fire dragon and giant lizard in Western mythology. In the cultivation world, they were called fire vultures. However, these demonic beasts weren't enough to stop Jiang Xinyue. Rumble. Suddenly, Jiang Li seemed to sense dark clouds in the distance. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. In the mountains, there were birds and beasts running around nonstop. It seemed like a disaster was about to befall them. The lair of the sky, shaking thunder beast? He was shocked and flew towards the center of the thunderbolt. He felt the familiar aura of the sky-shaking thunder beast. There were sky-shaking thunder beasts on the Emperor's Star. However, the truly powerful ones were the sky-shaking thunder beasts in the cultivation world. Every one of them was extremely powerful. They often moved in groups and controlled thunderbolts. Wherever they went, the thunderbolts would turn into an ocean and destroy everything. You want to use the demonic beast to get rid of me? How is that possible? Jiang Xinyue chased after him and also entered a thunderbolt ocean filled with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed, and lightning bolts as thick as buckets continuously struck down. Jiang Li stood in a forest and saw that in the depths of the forest, there was a huge mountain range. There were no trees in the mountain range, and they were all made up of pitch-black ores. Some were thousands of meters tall, and some were even several times taller than the tallest mountain on Earth, Mount Everest. They were tens of thousands of meters above sea level. These mountains were all made of gold ores, so they could attract lightning. There were many nests built on the top of the mountains. They were the nests of the sky-shaking thunder beasts. Whoosh! A sky-shaking thunder beast that weighed dozens of tons appeared above Jiang Li's head. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. The power of this lightning was enough to burn hundreds of people in a charcoal. However, when it struck Jiang Li's body, it only caused a burst of electricity. Finally, it flowed into the great emperor embryo. This was mechanical energy. It could still be absorbed by the emperor embryo. When the emperor embryo was cultivated, Jiang Li would be able to convert mechanical energy and biological energy at will. His body would be like the queen mother's egg. Now, Jiang Li's cultivation could not convert mechanical energy and biological energy. The meaning was simple. After absorbing lightning, fire, and light energy, he still had to absorb biological energy. Otherwise, he would lose his balance. Otherwise, he could just absorb the electricity from the lightning. Humans now did not have the technology to convert mechanical energy into biological energy. For example, wind energy could be converted into electricity. However, this was a conversion between mechanical energy. Wind energy and electricity could not be eaten. When humans could consume energy blocks, it would be the beginning of the conversion of mechanical energy into biological energy. Roar! Jiang Li suddenly rushed forward. With a single punch, he smashed the heaven-shaking thunder beast into pieces, turning it into flesh and blood that filled the sky. After that, a sparkling and translucent pearl appeared in his hand. This pearl was the Thunder Emperor relic of the heaven-shaking thunder beast. It was the essence of the flesh and blood in its body that had been injected with electricity. Jiang Li did not even look at it and swallowed it. This was because the pearl contained a combination of mechanical energy and biological energy. If it was someone else, if they swallowed it, they would definitely turn into charcoal. It was equivalent to hundreds of thousands or even millions of volts of electricity exploding in their body. In human society, some people used the Thunder Emperor relic to make medicine. They released the electricity within and then extracted biological energy. But for Jiang Li, this was the best tonic. He could absorb the electrical energy and bioenergy together, squirming and balancing them. After swallowing the Thunder Emperor relic, Jiang Li's body was wrapped in electricity. He felt like he was about to die. Good stuff. It feels much better than absorbing biological energy alone. The spiritual energy can't compare to this Thunder Emperor relic, and there are no impurities. Jiang Li turned around and saw that Jiang Xinyue was so angry that her face was pale. Jiang Xinyue was being bombarded by lightning and was obstructed. This area was filled with lightning and thunder. Lightning as thick as a water bucket often struck down. Jiang Xinyue's aura was very strong, so she naturally encountered a reaction. Jiang Xinyue's 9 holy fetuses did not have the ability to absorb mechanical energy. She was far from being as comfortable as Jiang Li in this land of lightning. Seeing that Jiang Li had swallowed the Thunder Emperor relic, she was angry and annoyed. She wanted to immediately go forward and kill Jiang Li. She knew how much potential Jiang Li had. If he was allowed to absorb the energy, he might not be able to suppress it. Boom! More sky-shaking thunder beasts flew over and attacked the two of them. Chapter 307. Kill! Jiang Li snickered. He shot up and tore apart another sky-shaking thunder beast, obtaining a Thunder Emperor relic. He swallowed it and felt the heat in his lower abdomen growing stronger. The Great Emperor embryo's power also grew stronger. After the Thunder's mechanical energy and the Thunder Emperor relic's flesh and blood essence were digested, the embryo gradually took shape. Every sky-shaking thunder beast, after a long period of devouring thunder, would gather the essence of its flesh and thunder together, condensing it into a relic bead. The pure flesh and blood essence in the bead had no impurities. In terms of biological energy, it was even more valuable than spirit stones. Jiang Li swallowed the Thunder Emperor relic, sweeping away the dispirited feeling of not getting any benefits in the past few days. At this time, Jiang Xinyue was also surrounded by the thunder beasts and had no time to worry about him. Die! Suddenly, Jiang Xinyue struck out with her palm, and all the sky-shaking thunder beasts were sent flying. She didn't kill them. Instead, she went straight for Jiang Li. At this time, she actually wanted to kill Jiang Li. Crazy woman, what are you doing? Jiang Li roared in anger. He took Jiang Xinyue's palm attack head-on. He felt that Jiang Xinyue's palm attack was full of changes. It was soft and gloomy, but it was like a needle that could pierce through bones. Jiang Li's body kept shaking, and he couldn't absorb the power of this attack. Obviously, Jiang Xinyue was a genius and had found Jiang Li's weakness. Transforming energy into sharp needles was highly concentrated. Naturally, it could not be absorbed. And now, Jiang Xinyue could use energy without being monitored by heaven's will. This way, the pressure on Jiang Li increased. Fortunately, his cultivation had changed greatly because of Jiang Xinyue's dual cultivation, so Jiang Xinyue still couldn't kill him. Kill you. Jiang Xinyue laughed coldly again and again. Your holy embryo has only been trained to the embryonic form, but can already absorb all kinds of injuries. It is simply too terrifying, but this move of mine is called the Heartless Needle. It condenses my own energy into a single point and pierces it into your body. How can you absorb it? You can't absorb it, right? I'm going to destroy all the cells in your body and seize your sacred embryo. Completely refine it. What a vicious woman. Jiang Li was indeed unable to absorb the damage from the heartless stab. He felt that with every hit, all the cells in his body were in severe pain. He had no choice but to mobilize the embryo's energy to repair his body. This way, he would have to consume his biological energy. The longer they fought, the weaker they would become. Roar! Suddenly, Jiang Li let out a roar that was like a thunderclap. His voice traveled far into the distance, reverberating through the mountains. The mountain peaks that were made up of metal ores also reverberated. This was a voice that was even more violent than thunder. This was the thunderous sound of Jiang Li's great emperor Thunder Seal. As Jiang Li let out a long roar, he activated the thunderous sound in order to alarm all the sky-shaking thunderous beasts here. At the moment, some of the sky-shaking thunderous beasts were below the embryonic breathing realm. When the thunder beasts above the embryonic breathing realm came, it would be earth-shattering and would definitely be extraordinary. Ong, as expected, suddenly a loud, thunderous sound responded to Jiang Li's long roar. A few larger and larger sky-shaking thunderous beasts flew over. There were a total of 3 of them, and in the blink of an eye, they were above Jiang Li's head. A few human figures actually appeared on the heads of these thunder beasts. They were all naked, burly men. They were the human forms of the holy embryo. The 3 sky-shaking thunderous beasts had intelligence and transmitted their voices into the minds of Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue. 2 true cultivators, why have you trespassed into our territory? This was a spiritual wave. There was no need for verbal communication. Both sides could understand each other. In the many dimensions of the universe, language would eventually degenerate. High-level civilizations would all use spiritual waves to communicate. Respectable thunder beasts, this person is an extraterrestrial demon. Kill her, and you will receive a reward from heaven's will. Respectable thunder beasts, this person is an extraterrestrial demon. Kill her, and you will receive a reward from heaven's will. 2 spiritual waves were released at the same time. Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue had actually framed each other. It could be said that they had the same idea. Neither of you is an extraterrestrial demon. Please leave our territory. Otherwise, we will kill both of you. A sky-shaking thunderous beast let out an angry roar. No, we can't let them leave. They killed our descendants. 2 of our thunder beasts were killed. Another big thunder beast roared. Respectable thunder beasts, I didn't kill your descendants. He was the one who killed them. This person is an extraterrestrial demon. Look, he swallowed the Thunder Emperor's relic of those 2 dead thunder beasts. As for the thunder beasts that surrounded me, I knocked them away. I didn't hurt them. Jiang Xinyue's spiritual wave spoke frankly with assurance. As expected, Jiang Xinyue didn't kill the thunder beasts. She had a motive. She was extremely intelligent. How could she be trapped by Jiang Li's scheme? Jiang Li didn't even look at her and suddenly made a move. His speed was as fast as a warship. He directly attacked. Another 3 sky-shaking thunderous beasts were blown up by him. Their flesh and blood split open. 3 Thunder Emperor's relics fell into his palm and were swallowed one by one. Then he began to flee. Damn it, let's chase him together. The 3 sky-shaking thunderous beasts in the embryonic breathing realm were furious and immediately chased after him. Jiang Xinyue's face revealed a cold smile. You want to use the hands of the sky-shaking thunderous beasts to deal with me? How is that possible? Now that you can't kill with a borrowed knife, you are being chased by me instead. Zhongli hurriedly fled. His speed had increased by a lot. After swallowing the relics of the three thunder beasts, the great emperor's embryo became stronger again. He felt that if he continued to kill here, it would be best if he could swallow the sacred embryo of the three thunder beasts. Then, his great emperor's embryo would not be far from being condensed. That's right. I am an extraterrestrial demon. Moreover, my aura is exactly the same as hers. We are both your enemies. If you don't believe me, don't ever believe this person. Otherwise, she will sneak attack you and swallow your souls. Zhongli let out a sharp voice fluctuation. The aura on his body was exactly the same as Jiang Xinyue's. Hence, the more ruthless his methods were, the easier it was to incite the anger of these sky-shaking, thunderous beasts. The sky-shaking, thunderous beasts weren't like humans. They had to kill countless animals every day. They would only trust their own kind, not humans. As expected, the three sky-shaking thunderous beasts found that Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Li's aura were very similar. Because the two of them had dual cultivated, their auras were the same. Naturally, it was easy for the experts to tell that they came from the same place. Roar! The three embryonic breath thunderous beasts naturally believed in their own judgment. They roared angrily and released a strong psychic fluctuation. Surround and kill them. Kill them both. Kill them all. Roar, roar, roar. On top of many mountains, even more powerful thunderous beasts appeared and released their auras. An overwhelming number of thunderous beasts swarmed over. They attacked both Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue, if you're not of our race, your heart will definitely be different. It's impossible for you to ally with the thunderous beasts. These thunderous beasts are powerful and savage by nature. Even if you're a cultivator and harmless to the thunderous beasts, they'll still treat you as food. Jiang Li sent a psychic fluctuation to Jiang Xinyue. At this time, many thunderous beasts ganged up on Jiang Xinyue. A bolt of lightning came crashing down on her like a waterfall. Rumble. The power of the lightning waterfall was astonishing. With a single impact, Jiang Xinyue's clothes were torn apart. Her clothes were formed by the godly king mantra. Even missiles couldn't penetrate them. They just couldn't withstand a nuclear explosion. Damn it. Jiang Xinyue's 9 sacred fetuses turned into 9 balls of light and flew out. With just a tremor, the lightning waterfall was shattered. However, even more thunderous beasts rushed over. Their lightning condensed together, and even their psychic energy gathered together to attack Jiang Xinyue. Rumble. Jiang Xinyue was instantly in a tough battle. On the other side, Jiang Li was much more comfortable than her. Although there were 20 to 30 sky-shaking thunderous beasts attacking him, the lightning waterfall was absorbed the moment it landed on his body. Even when the mental energy of the sky-shaking thunderous beasts tried to hypnotize him, it was still absorbed. After Jiang Li cultivated the great emperor's human seal, he had the ability to absorb souls. After cultivating the great emperor's embryo, it could contain all kinds of biological energy, mechanical energy, mental energy, all kinds of energy. When these energies gathered together and changed, they formed this special embryo. This embryo wasn't made of flesh and blood, nor was it a machine. It was a combination of the two. It could absorb the hypnosis of the sky-shaking thunderous beasts. Great Emperor's human seal. When a mental energy of the sky-shaking thunderous beasts joined together to hypnotize Jiang Li, their mental energy was actually devoured. Instantly, all the thunderous beasts felt dizzy. At this moment, Jiang Li waved his hands and unleashed the great Emperor's human seal. Instantly, an extremely powerful mental energy vortex spread out with him as the center. The souls of the sky-shaking thunderous beasts were pulled out and entered Jiang Li's body. At the same time, their heads cracked, and along with their souls, Lightning Emperor's relics fell into Jiang Li's mouth like many pearls. Jiang Li's body shook violently. The aura of water, fire, wind, and lightning revolved around him. There was also the aura of the earth surrounding him. This was the Great Emperor's Earth Seal. Next, Zhongli only had 2 seals, the Heaven Seal and the Dream Seal. These 2 seals were extremely important. Once cultivated, the Great Emperor's embryo would have even more mysterious power. Only by cultivating all 9 seals of the Great Emperor would he have the capital to form the sacred embryo. Once it formed, it would be earth-shattering. And now, Zhongli was just accumulating power. He wanted to accumulate enough mental energy, mechanical energy, and biological energy in the sacred embryo. The 3 energies fused into one and turned into a dream. The dream world was in the embryo. The dozens of sky-shaking thunderous beasts that had surrounded Zhongli all died. The relics were absorbed by Zhongli, and the surging biological energy, mechanical energy, and the soul's mental energy gathered together, causing many changes. The power in Zhongli's body was like a heavenly river descending. With just a slight breath, an enormous amount of energy was about to burst out of his body. He now knew that his vitality was definitely not lower than 30. As for his mental energy, there seemed to be 23 large stars floating in the depths of the Great Emperor's embryo. His mental energy had reached 23 dimensional units. His vitality was above 30. This kind of improvement could only be described as terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Xinyue was still being attacked. She was not as fast as Zhongli at killing thunderous beasts. Moreover, she could not increase her strength after killing thunderous beasts, while Zhongli's strength increased with every thunderous beast he killed. If this continued, she might really be surpassed by Zhongli. Chapter 308. Bang! A human-shaped lightning flew over and aimed its strongest attack at Zhongli. It was the sky-shaking thunder beast's embryonic breathing realm expert who had made a move. Sky-shaking thunder beasts were born many times stronger than humans. Hence, embryonic breathing realm thunder beasts, even if they were at the first level of the thought breath realm, were not considered human mixed primordial breathing realm experts. The energy stored in their bodies, the ability to control lightning, their long lifespan, and their attack power were all incomparable to humans. This was the difference in life's genes. The sky-shaking thunder beasts evolved genes belonged to a stronger race called the Thunder Emperor Divine Beast. Zhongli opened his mouth and inhaled. This lightning human figure twisted and digested all the attacks invisibly. Then, the lightning human figure was sucked into his mouth and swallowed into the elixir field in his lower abdomen. The embryonic form of the Great Emperor's fetus wriggled and was digested again. He had cultivated the Great Emperor's Earth Seal and understood the esoteric meaning of the Earth. The Earth itself could decompose all things. Anything buried in the Earth, after a long time, would be decomposed and transformed. Zhongli's embryonic form of the Great Emperor's fetus was the same, let alone the essence of the human-shaped lightning. Stupid humans. Angry roars sounded continuously. A human figure appeared in front of Zhongli. It was the sky-shaking thunder beast's sacred fetus. This sacred fetus was exactly the same as a human. It wore a large cloak, silver gray, and was formed by lightning. It was awe-inspiring, like the thunder god of heaven had descended. Zhongli took a look and realized that this thunder beast was a thought breath realm expert at the first level of the embryonic breathing realm. He chuckled, flew up, and punched out. This punch was as heavy as a mountain, with the suction force of a vortex. Zhongli wanted to snatch the sacred fetus and swallow it into his stomach to increase his own energy. He could already feel that the Great Emperor's fetus had endless uses. It could absorb 3 types of energy: mechanical, biological, and spiritual. With the fusion of the 3, it would most likely be able to revive the dead, grow flesh and bones, spin the void, and seize the mysterious magical power of creation. The more energy there was, no matter what injuries Zhongli suffered, he would be able to recover in an instant. Thunder God's execution. This thunder beast expert in the embryonic breath realm was actually using human martial arts. Clearly, it was a martial arts divine ability from the cultivation world. When he struck out with his palm, The lightning showed all sorts of changes. It could curve, strike fiercely, twist, pull, linger like water, or coiling like a dragon or a snake. These changes gathered together and formed a punch. Jiangli was unable to absorb the soul within, nor was he able to absorb the mental energy within, much less the energy of this punch. However, he was not afraid at all. He gathered his strength again and punched again, toppling mountains and overturning seas. His punch was like a demon god, an overlord, and a heavenly king. Wave after wave, it was purely the powerful Gang Qi that erupted from his physical body. Black hole-like vortexes rose and fell in the air, like concentric wormholes. Bang! The two fists collided, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. All the cells in Jiang Li's body felt suffocated, as if the energy in every cell had been sucked dry at this moment. He was about to fall to the ground and fall to his death. The sacred fetus on the other side was in an even more tragic state. It exploded in the air, turning into many balls of lightning that floated around. Every ball of light contained the angry roars of the Thunder Beast, trying to gather together. Whirlwind, clean up the mess. Without even thinking about it, Jiangli took a deep breath and flew up into the air, breaking through the speed of sound by 20 times. He grabbed hold of all the light floating in the air and once again condensed it into a small figure about 7 inches tall. Then he slapped into the depths of his dantian and qi si, entering through his navel. Crackle! The energy in his body exploded, as if he had swallowed a sacred fetus. He struck out with his fist. Thunder rumbled, and thick lightning actually burst out from his fist, engulfing a few kilometers away. Now, he felt that the powerful biological energy and mechanical energy were combining and transforming each other. The embryonic form of the Emperor's fetus was even more mysterious. Every time he added more energy, the Emperor's fetus would become more mysterious. This sacred fetus absorbed the energy of flames, lightning, and even the cracks in space. Under the effect of the Emperor's 9 seals, they gradually merged into one. Right now, Jiangli was absorbing endless energy, but it was just a process of storing it. When he gathered all the energy together and cultivated the Emperor's 9 seals, he would then start to refine it and finally completely cultivate the Emperor's fetus. After absorbing the sky-shaking Thunder Beast's sacred fetus, Jiang Li's strength increased greatly again. He was like a wolf and tiger. As he ran, he let out a long roar, and the heads of dozens of sky-shaking Thunder Beasts exploded one after another. The Thunder Emperor's relic flew out, and even their souls were absorbed by him. Then, he arrived in front of Jiang Xinyue. He punched out. He didn't attack Jiang Xinyue, but the sacred fetus realm Thunder Beasts that were surrounding Jiang Xinyue. Bang, 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 bang. A few explosions sounded. A few sacred fetus realm Thunder Beasts couldn't withstand Jiang Li's punches and exploded with one punch. The sacred fetus scattered, and the biological energy also turned into balls, floating in the sky. However, they were absorbed into Jiang Li's body again with a suction force. Just like that, he killed more than 50 sky-shaking Thunder Beasts and 3 or 4 embryonic breathing realm Thunder Beast experts. The Thunder Beasts in this mountain range suffered heavy losses because of him, but at this moment, an overwhelming pressure was transmitted from the depths of the Thunder Mountain range. It was as if an immemorial beast had awakened from chaos. This pressure was almost unstoppable. When Jiangli came into contact with this pressure, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. This is the Thunder Beast Patriarch of the meditative realm. It is about to awaken from its deep sleep. Go quickly. If we are too late, we will die without a burial place. Jiang Xinyue, at this moment, we have to disregard our hatred. We can only escape if we join forces. Jiang Li roared loudly. His spiritual wave pierced into Jiang Xinyue's mind and communicated with her spiritual wave. Only when you and I join forces can we unleash the maximum power and move faster. Damn it! Under the overwhelming pressure, Jiang Xinyue also spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and she didn't know what to do. At this moment, Zhongli had already grabbed her hand. A wave of energy was transmitted into her body through her physical body. She immediately wanted to resist violently, but the 9 great sacred fetuses in her body didn't seem to listen to her commands. It was as if they were evil spirits that had seen delicious food. She seemed to have tasted the wonderful taste of dual cultivation. This was not the beauty of the physical body, but the resonance between the mind and energy. It was simply uncontrollable. Even her soul was trembling. It was as if she was a woman who was enslaved by lust and couldn't extricate herself. Rumble. Zhongli also felt the surging energy transmitted by the other party's 9 great sacred fetuses. It combined with his emperor's fetus and blended with each other. It was like ice and fire in a furnace. It was so comfortable that he almost moaned. A new kind of energy, a wonderful energy, was born during the fusion. Because of the pressure, his physical body and mind, which had been injured, recovered in an instant. Every cell in Jiang Li and Jiang Xinhua was growing, expanding, and mutating. Whoosh! Their speed increased tenfold in an instant. Without even leaving a shadow, they left the Thunder Mountain Range. As soon as they left the Thunder Crash Mountain Range, endless lightning poured down in torrents, enveloping the entire mountain range. Just a little bit more, and they would have been consigned to eternal damnation. The 2 of them fled with all their might. They didn't dare to speak. The energy mixed together, and they entered the dual cultivation state again. After fleeing for a day and a night, Jiang Li's body trembled and he lost track of time. The embryonic form of the Grand Emperor's embryo in his body grew smaller and smaller, but it also grew more exquisite. There were 9 runes on the embryo of the Grand Emperor's embryo that contained the profound secrets of heaven and earth. It was the result of the spirit of the Grand Emperor's seal and the will of the longevity, supreme scripture. Zhongli benefited greatly once again. Of course, it was the same for Jiang Xinhua. The 9 great sacred fetuses in her body circulated like the heavenly Tao. There were no flaws. It was like 9 suns in the sky. The 2 of them woke up at the same time. Get out of my way. When Jiang Xinhua saw Zhongli holding her hand, she immediately swung it. At the same time, she used the 2 dragons' snatching pearl and stabbed it towards Jiang Li's eyes. You evil bitch. I saved you, and you still want to kill me? Jiang Li floated backwards. His body was agile and weightless. He floated in the air like a willow catkin, dodging Jiang Xinhua's killer move. Jiang Li, no matter what you say, I will kill you. My heart will never change. Jiang Xinhua saw Jiang Li's movement skill and was slightly shocked. She knew that it was impossible to kill him. It would be a waste of energy if she attacked. Of course, her strength had also increased a lot. However, she was still weaker than Jiang Li. Unless she broke through to the primordial chaos breath realm, she would not be able to do anything to Jiang Li. Moreover, in the process of energy fusion, she had already deeply understood the mystery of Jiang Li's embryo. It could actually absorb any energy. If such an embryo succeeded and broke through to the true sacred fetus realm, wouldn't that be terrible? Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the world? Right now, Jiang Li's absorption of damage was already terrifying. When the sacred fetus was successfully condensed, how much damage could he absorb? Perhaps even a nuclear explosion would not be able to destroy him. Now, she understood that it depended on who broke through the realm first. As long as she broke through to the primordial chaos breath realm during the process of cultivation, then Jiang Li would definitely die. Once Jiang Li condensed into a sacred fetus, she would also become a slave. Don't be silly, girl. Jiang Li was not moved at all. He stopped in midair and glided in the air. There was not the slightest airflow around him, but he seemed to have lost gravity. This situation was very mysterious. Clearly, he had entered a profound realm. This was the agitation of a mass of energy in his body. It offset gravity, allowing him to drift like a maglev, and his speed was even faster. The great emperor embryo in his body actually contained magnetic energy. This was simply unbelievable. Neither of us can kill the other. In the end, there was no benefit for the two of them to kill each other. If the two of us let go of our former enmity and help each other, we will improve rapidly. In the eternal river of time, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Don't you want to advance to the saint realm? If you cultivate with me, it's not impossible for you to become a saint. You should know how miraculous the combination of my energy and your energy is. Zhongli spoke frankly with assurance, still trying to tempt him. Dream on. Jiang Xinyue did not even consider the matter of cooperation. This time you got lucky. You used the opportunity of killing those sky-shaking thunder beasts to replenish a lot of energy, but I won't let you off. Then I can't be bothered to talk to you. Follow me if you want. Zhongli shook his head. He really felt that he was wasting his breath. Now that my cultivation has increased greatly, it won't be so easy for you to snatch my resources. Chapter 309. Gulp. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Zhongli took a breath of the sunlight. As he breathed, the sunlight seemed to condense into flames and was swallowed by him. It was warm. He was cultivating and comprehending the supreme mysteries of the great Emperor Heavenly Seal. In the cultivation world, the blazing sun hanging in the sky was a huge luminous body formed by the combination of heaven's will and countless dimensional energies. It was many times stronger than the sun. Zhongli could also absorb sunlight to replenish his body's energy, just like a plant. He lazily swallowed the sunlight and then lay down on a comfortable meadow on a grassland to rest and relax. Actually, he enjoyed life in the cultivation world. The land was vast and the resources were abundant. He was free and carefree. He hated war, killing, and bloodshed. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Humans had to fight for a place to survive in the universe and strengthen their race. They had to kill and fight nonstop. Since the birth of humans, they have been accompanied by war. Ancient myths, Xin Yuan against Qi Yu, King Wu against King Zhou, the spring and autumn period, the warring states period, some history and civilizations have been accompanied by war. Not far away, Jiang Xinyue was also cultivating. Her cultivation aura was much stronger. Above her head, 9 vortexes appeared. Each vortex was a few acres large and flew into the sky. Then, each vortex emitted a powerful suction force, continuously absorbing spirit energy from the second dimension above her head. This spirit energy gathered into spirit liquid, pouring down like a faucet. When it fell into her 9 great holy embryos, it was compressed and then combined with her flesh and blood to produce the biological energy of her life. If this continued, the sacred fetuses would become stronger and stronger, especially Jiang Xinyue's 9 holy fetuses. Every one of them was different. Some looked like kings, some looked like goddesses, some looked like fairies, and some looked like saints. Every one of them was much more powerful than the ordinary holy fetuses. Usually, only S-grade martial arts on Earth could condense sacred fetuses. If it was an S-grade martial art, the power would be average. If it was an SS-grade martial art, the power of the condensed sacred fetuses would be huge. However, it was very difficult to cultivate SS-grade martial arts to condense sacred fetuses. The success rate was also greatly reduced. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Logically speaking, Jiang Xinyue's supreme scripture of longevity should be an SS grade martial art. It was 5S grades or even higher. Of course, it was the same for Zhongli. Of course, the strength of these 2 people surpassed ordinary people. I'm absorbing spiritual qi all the time while you're doing nothing. Sooner or later, I'll crush you. You're in big trouble now. Do you feel like the sword of Damocles is hanging over your head? Jiang Xinyue sneered as she practiced, putting pressure on Zhongli. I can't be bothered with you. Zhongli rolled his eyes, turned around, and started to sleep. His mind was constantly communicating with the will of the heavens, trying to fathom the growth of all living things, the exchange of energy, the rotation of the sun and moon, the changes in the universe. He was cultivating the great Emperor Heavenly Seal. The 9 seals of the great Emperor: water, fire, wind, thunder, heaven, earth, and man. Each seal was extremely difficult, but he had already learned 7 of them. Only the heaven and dream seals were left. He had to break through this bottleneck. If he didn't, no matter how much energy was injected, or even if heavens will descended, he wouldn't be able to cultivate a sane embryo. In his dream, he seemed to feel flowers falling from the sky. Heavens will turn into flowers, descending one by one. The world is impermanent, just like the void flower. Jiang Xinyue felt an unusual fluctuation. She closed her eyes and used her mind's eye to look. Indeed, she saw invisible flowers falling from the sky. They landed on Jiang Li's body and seeped into his skin. He's actually so compatible with heaven's will. He's like the son of heaven. Woo woo woo. At this moment, killing intent surged. Wild wolves howled, and a pack of wolves appeared in the distance. They were like tens of thousands of horses galloping. These were the ferocious wolves of the grassland. Some were black, some were silver, and some were gold. Their heads were the size of calves, and some were even like real water buffaloes. Their roars were terrifying. Originally, it was impossible for these tens of thousands of wolves to exist on Earth because there wasn't enough food for them to eat. However, the ecosystem of the cultivation world was different from that of Earth. On the grassland, there was even a type of meat fungus. It was as tall as a person and was blood red in color. It was actually made of the same material as flesh. When the wolves ate it, it was like eating delicious meat. If the biologists on Earth were to study the ecosystem of the cultivation world, their brains would probably explode. This pack of wolves was extremely ferocious. They hunted on the grassland like a tidal wave. At the same time, they searched for the meat fungus. Countless rabbits, rats, foxes, snakes, and all sorts of strange animals fled. The pack of wolves rushed to the 2 of them like a whirlwind. Jiang Li suddenly stood up, and with a jolt of his spirit, a huge vortex appeared behind him. Indistinctly, a ghostly wail could be heard from the depths of the void. Hundreds and thousands of wolves suddenly fell to the ground. In Jiang Xinyue's mind's eye, shadows flew out from the bodies of the wolves. They were all absorbed by Jiang Li. They were dissipating souls. This technique is really mysterious when it comes to absorbing souls. However, these wolves are very mysterious. It seems like they were raised by someone. Jiang Xinyue flew up and arrived in front of a tall golden wolf that had died. With a palm strike, the golden wolf was instantly torn into pieces, and a thumb-sized white baby appeared in its body. This meat pearl was white and had a fragrant smell. It was still squirming and seemed to be an embryo or something like a ginseng fruit. Not good. These wolves were raised by someone. When they go out to hunt, they condense the essence of flesh and blood in their bodies. When they return, they feed them back. Jiang Xinyue's expression changed. What? Jiang Li had a grave look on his face too. Driving wild beasts to hunt everywhere, where their flesh and blood would be condensed into essences of flesh and blood in their bodies. Then the bioenergy would be returned to the mountain and spat out. This was an extremely profound ability in the beast-driving art. Jiang Li knew this very well. This was because the insect empress had done this too. They created plenty of biochemical beasts and sent them out to hunt to eat all the animals' flesh and blood. Afterward, the biochemical beast bodies would be condensed into bioenergy, which would be fed back to the mother nest when they returned, allowing the nest to grow. Since the hungry wolves had actually condensed babies with bioenergy inside their bodies, it was evident that each of them had been condensed through a secret technique, and there were runes in their flesh and blood. There were endless runes in the cultivation world. For example, the technology on Earth was a method to manipulate energy, which could change an animal's life and genes. Let's go. Given that he can control so many wolves, he's definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid that he's more powerful than the 10,000 Beasts Venerable One. The 10,000 Beasts Venerable One only drives wild beasts, whereas this person mutated them and gained the insect skills. Jiang Li dissected a wolf's carcass and dug out a white, thumb-sized baby. He grabbed it slightly, and it turned into a stream of white bioenergy that entered his body. Sure enough, it was a potent bioenergy without any impurities, and it was more mysterious than the fruit of life's bioenergy. He knew that it was called a vitality fruit in the cultivation world. Many influential sects would use this method, and some evil sects would also use it, by driving wild beasts to attack human empires and devour humans. The vitality fruit that was refined would become more powerful. You seem to be very familiar with the cultivation world. The more Jiang Xinyue followed Jiang Li, the more surprised she was. He was so familiar with the cultivation world that he was like a native. You're not Jiang Li? The real Jiang Li is already dead. Are you the soul of a master from the cultivation world that possessed Jiang Li? I've checked your history. You were penniless 3 years ago, then you suddenly exploded. I thought you obtained some treasure, but it looks like you've been possessed. Your flesh and blood are Jiang Li's, but your soul isn't. Who exactly are you? You have a rich imagination. Jiang Li did not know to cry or to laugh. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, so it's better if you leave quickly. At the spur of the moment, a mental fluctuation swept across the grassland like a gust of wind. The pack of wolves immediately lay dormant and surrounded Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue in a circle. Jiang Li's body trembled, and the emperor embryo inside him shrank again until it was almost an insignificant. His aura decreased rapidly, and at last he was only left with 5% of his life force. This was the great Emperor Seal's mystery. Merging one's aura with heaven and earth, becoming one with the universe, and being perfectly hidden was another mystery of the Emperor Embryo. An expert in the meditative realm, even Jiang Xinyue could not resist this mighty mental power. She saw a figure appear in front of her. It was a young man wearing blue clothes and a golden crown on his head. His hands were pure white, and there was a ring on his left hand. He looked like a young prince of the imperial court, not an expert in the meditative realm. This young man glanced at Jiang Li and Jiang Xinyue, and finally locked his gaze on Jiang Xinyue. He seemed to have discovered the aura of many holy embryos wriggling in her body, and his expression instantly turned serious. I'm the vice sect leader of the Dream Sect, Meng Xingqian. Who are you? Why did you kill the wolves that I raised? The wolves that my Dream Sect raised are only to look for blood and flesh on the grassland. They don't eat humans. My Dream Sect is not an evil sect, but a famous righteous one. Meng Xingqian. When Jiang Li heard this name, he suddenly thought of a person, Meng Xingyun. The names were very similar. He carefully analyzed their auras and realized that even their auras were similar. He had suspected that Meng Xingyun was someone from the cultivation world, and now he was right. It was very likely that Meng Xingyun was from the Dream Sect. What a coincidence! He and Jiang Xinyue were entangled in the cultivation world, and they actually met someone from the Dream Sect. What a coincidence! Could it be that the heavens were guiding them? I didn't mean it. Jiang Xinyue also said carefully, I saw that these wolves were ferocious, so I killed so many of them. How about this? I'm willing to compensate you. Originally, these wolves were killed by Jiang Li, but Jiang Li had hidden his strength. It seemed like even this young man, Meng Xingqian, did not see through it. Therefore, she could only take the responsibility to avoid unnecessary trouble. There's no need for compensation. Since it was an unintentional mistake, I won't hold it against you. Meng Xingqian seemed to be very magnanimous. He waved his hand and asked, Miss, what's your name? I can see that your cultivation is extraordinary, and your cultivation technique is unfathomable. I wonder which big sect you came from. I came from a hidden sect. Because of the invasion of the outer world, the heavens were mobilized, so I came out to slay the demons. Jiang Xinyue's words seemed to reveal her secret, but it also seemed like she did not say anything. Chapter 310. Demons from beyond the heavens run amok and want to occupy our world. We have to kill them as soon as possible. Moreover, there are huge rewards for killing demons from beyond the heavens. When Meng Xingqian heard Jiang Xinyue's words, he immediately resonated with her. I wonder if Miss would like to visit my sect? I'm very hospitable. Seeing that Miss has a profound cultivation base and earth-shattering cultivation techniques, I would like to exchange some pointers with Mississippi. What do you think? Jiang Xinyue thought for a while and glanced at Jiang Li. Sure, I would like to see the outside world too. I don't even know about the outside world after coming out from hidden sections. This is my servant. Can I bring him to the sect? She disguised herself as a member of a secret sect. In any case, there were countless sects in the cultivation world the size of the 3 solar systems. There were as many hidden sects as the sands of the Ganges River. It was fine as long as he was not a demon from beyond the heavens. This is your servant. Meng Xingchen looked at Jiang Li. His vitality is weak, and he is just an ordinary person. He has some cultivation base and can be considered a martial warrior in the secular world. However, in the eyes of a true expert, he is not worth mentioning. In the cultivation world, there were many classes. Cultivators, ordinary people, and countless empires. Generally speaking, the vitality of people in the cultivation world was stronger than that of humans on Earth. However, there was a limit to how strong they were. The average vitality was about 2. There were also humans with vitality of 1, but these humans were considered weak. Jiang Li's vitality was 5, which was the cultivation of a martial warrior in some human empires in the cultivation world. In other words, he was a martial arts expert. Ordinary people, martial arts experts, martial arts grandmasters, cultivators, sages. Such a class was a world full of fantasy. It was a world described in many fantasy novels on Earth. He is very cunning. Don't be fooled by him. Jiang Xinyue spoke without thinking and casually belittled Jiang Li. He is a thief who wanted to harm me, but was subdued by me. This servant is somewhat extraordinary. You must be careful of him. Oh, since that's the case, we might as well just kill him. Meng Xingchen looked at Jiang Li as if he was looking at Nat. Jiang Li didn't say anything as his mind raced to come up with a countermeasure. He was definitely no match for Meng Xingchen, and it was even impossible for him to escape. However, he wanted to find out more about the relationship between the Dream Sect and Meng Xingyan. Perhaps he could pull out the radish and bring out the mud as well. He wanted to uproot all of the cultivation world spies in the human world. He did not want civil strife in the human world. If Brother Xingchen wants to kill this servant, I won't object to it. Jiang Xinyue started to use someone else to do her dirty work. Forget it. You can make the decision for your servant. Hearing this, Meng Xingchen felt that Jiang Li was a little mysterious. He clapped his hands and released a spiritual wave. Immediately, the pack of wolves on the grassland dispersed. Miss, please come to my sect as a guest. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Jiang Xinyue was confident in her skills. Come out. Meng Xingchen shook his hand, and immediately, a green cloud turned into a blanket. It was about an acre in size, and it landed steadily on the ground. This is a treasure that I've gathered countless greenwood chi. Please, kid, let's go. Jiang Xinyue grabbed the air and grabbed Jiang Li. She landed on the blanket. Then, the blanket disappeared as fast as lightning. Jiang Xinyue didn't see Jiang Li. Its speed was much faster than a battleship. Jiang Li estimated that it was about 1,000 times the speed of sound. Although this blanket was said to be a treasure that gathered greenwood chi, it was actually a wood-type energy. However, the structure of this energy was stable, and it could change endlessly. After about 3 hours, the blanket landed on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was steep, and it was as straight as a heavenly pillar that pierced the sky. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, and it was surrounded by clouds. There were many countries at the foot of the mountain, and in the distance, there were even more mountain peaks. The peaks were all built with palaces, and in the middle of the mountains, one could vaguely see a dreamlike world. This is my sect, the Dream Sect. I'm only one of the vice sect leaders. Our Dream Sect controls about 10,000 human empires. The land area is about the size of 2 planets outside. Meng Xingchen said, "What's a planet?" Jiang Li saw that Jiang Xinyue was about to answer, so he immediately asked. This was because there were no planets in the cultivation world. Jiang Xinyue's eyes flashed, and she realized that Meng Xingchen was already testing her. However, she snorted coldly and said, "Planets are the universe outside of our world. Our world has a round sky and a square earth and stands tall in the universe. The demons from beyond the heavens come from many planets. I've known this for a long time. That's right. Meng Xingqian had a playful smile on his face, and he continued to explain, Miss, look at these mountains. They are the gates of our dream sect. In the middle of the sect is a cave, and the masters of these mountains are all vice sect leaders. Our dream sect structure is similar to that of a dynasty. The vice sect leaders are all feudal officials, and they have their own lands. I can see that your status is quite high. Jiang Xinyue also pretended to be polite. The main reason I came out this time is to deal with the demons from beyond the heavens. I don't want to know anything else. With how big the dream sect is, I'm sure it has news about the demons from beyond the heavens. I'll go and kill them wherever they are. Meng Xingqian was secretly shocked. The dream sect was very big, and the reason he brought Jiang Xinyue here as a guest was to see her reaction. Who knew that Jiang Xinyue would not be moved in the slightest after seeing the gigantic dream sect? This meant that the sect behind Jiang Xinyue was even bigger than the dream sect. What kind of sect was it? One had to know that the dream sect had saints. The demons from beyond the heavens are also a huge problem for us. Meng Xingqian laughed. Miss, do you know that there is more than one type of demon from beyond the heavens? Oh, Jiang Xinyue said, please enlighten me. Meng Xingqian sat down, and a few beautiful maids walked in from outside. They were all skilled, and their vitality was above 10. Of course, there were no strong practitioners of the embryonic breathing realm. Strong practitioners of the embryonic breathing realm were also prominent figures in the cultivation world. They were independent and would definitely not be maids. Maybe there were people of the embryonic breathing realm under Meng Xingqian, but they would definitely not be servants, but generals. A few maids served fruits. The fruits were full of spiritual energy and floated in the air. Stand outside, Jiang Xinyue said coldly to Jiang Li. You don't have the right to speak here. As she spoke, she said to Meng Xingqian, Young master, find a room and lock this person up. Don't let him run around. This person is very cunning. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Actually, his abilities are not limited to this. No problem. Meng Xingqian waved his hand, and a few maids walked over, grabbed Jiang Li, and left. After Jiang Li was taken away, he smiled and said, Miss, this servant of yours is a little strange. Of course, he is a little strange. Jiang Xinyue was thinking about how to use Meng Xingyun to kill Jiang Li and take away the embryo in his body. Of course, she could not let Meng Xingqian know about this. This was because the sacred embryo in Jiang Li's body was also very attractive to others. Oh yes, what did you mean when you said there are many kinds of extraterrestrial demons? The greatest threat of the extraterrestrial demons comes from a race called the humans of Earth. Other than that, there is another huge threat called the Holy Light Clan, Meng Xingqian said. Look, this is a member of the Holy Light Clan. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a few strong practitioners of the embryonic breathing realm immediately brought a person over. This person was dressed in white, had yellow hair, and blue eyes. This is... Jiang Xinyue's face was a little puzzled, because she could see that this person in white was very similar to the humans of Earth and Westerners. She almost believed that this was a human from the West. This is its disguise. Look, Rumble. Meng Xingqian suddenly pierced this person's body with his mind. Immediately, this person roared, and a pair of energy wings appeared on his back. A halo appeared above his head, and his body became even taller. Oh my God, this is an angel. Jiang Xinyue's heart was completely turned upside down. This is an angel from the Western religion on Earth. We were invaded mainly by these two types of people, Meng Xingqian said. One is the humans of Earth, and the other is the Holy Light Clan. The Holy Light Clan is especially terrifying. They're a type of energy body. Look. As he spoke, Meng Xingqian grabbed. Crack. He grabbed the arm of this angel. There was no blood at the place where the arm was broken. Instead, there was a wriggling mass of energy. This is a powerful biological energy, which is equivalent to our sacred embryo. The moment the Holy Light Clan is born, they are equivalent to our embryonic breathing realm. This is really terrifying. Moreover, they have already successfully nurtured many new lives in our world. They have deceived the heavens, and even heaven cannot detect them, Meng Xingchen said. What is biological energy? Jiang Xinyue deliberately asked. Both of them were using their minds, so there was no barrier in their communication. On Earth, there were countless languages. Moreover, in such a huge land like the cultivation world, there were billions of languages. Biological energy is the language of Earth's civilization. It is also our vital qi and spiritual qi, Meng Xingchen explained in detail. It seems that young master is very familiar with the extraterrestrial demons, Jiang Xinyue deliberately asked. Of course, my dream sect has successfully planted many chess pieces among the humans on Earth. I have also deeply studied the various knowledge and social structures of Earth civilization. I have a very deep understanding of their civilization. Meng Xingchen changed the topic. All right, let's not talk about this. I am actually very interested in your cultivation. I can even feel the aura of a few sacred embryos in your body. That's easy. Jiang Xinyue immediately started to feign civility. The two of them continued to converse. At this moment, Zhongli was brought to a huge prison cell by a few maidservants. This prison cell was in the middle of a mountain and was made of steel. There were many talismans on it, which had a strong ability to pressure one's mind and energy. As soon as Zhongli was escorted into the prison cell, he saw that there were many people chained up. These people had blonde hair and blue eyes. They were tall and had very white skin. However, there were golden hairs on their white skin. They were typical Westerners. Why have so many Westerners been captured? Zhongli had thought that these were Westerners from Earth. Chapter 3:11. The people in the cell looked too much like Westerners. They were tall, had white and rough skin, and had thick body hair. They had blonde hair and blue eyes. They also had the aura of modern technology. Zhongli could not help but suspect that these people were captured by the Dream Sect. Lock them up and lock them up with ropes. The two female servants were expressionless, as if they were used to this. They escorted Zhongli to a pillar and suddenly pushed. Zhongli's back was against the pillar, and the chains on the pillar were like spiritual snakes that had a mind of their own. With a poochie sound, they pierced through his shoulder blades and completely sealed him up. A wave of pain filled Zhongli with killing intent, but he endured it. He saw that the flesh and blood of his shoulder blades had actually grown together with the chains. Let's go. The two female servants did not even look at him and walked out of the cell. Zhongli tried to use his qigong to break the chains. However, the moment he tried to use his qigong, the chains made a clanking sound. The numbness and pain made him feel like he was going to collapse. This is the God-locking chain. Even the embryonic breath will be locked up. You can't escape it all. It's better for you to behave. One of the female servants closed the cell door and warned him before leaving. The cell that was deep inside the mountain suddenly became quiet. Zhongli saw that there were many Western people in the cell who were also locked up like him. A human is here? Who is he? He's not our kind. Zhongli was about to ask these men if they were Earthlings. All of a sudden, a few Western men emitted a mysterious spiritual wave and communicated with each other. One of the men, who was about 30 meters away from him, emitted a white holy light from his blue eyes, which fiercely pierced into his mind and searched without restraint. They wanted to hypnotize him and obtain a series of information from him. How vicious! Zhongli was furious. This man wanted to kill him the moment he met him. This kind of mental invasion would normally turn a person into an idiot. Immediately, he did not hold back. The mental power in his mind suddenly turned into a black hole and devoured the invading mental power. At the same time, he released a huge mental wave to hypnotize the Western man. Buzz, Zhongli's spiritual energy, had obtained a portion of the Emperor Star's heaven's will. How vast was it? Immediately, it surged into the Western man's soul. The Western man was almost instantly hypnotized. At the same time, some of his secrets were revealed to Zhongli. Angels, they are actually angels. These Western men are not humans from Earth, but angels from Western mythology. They are closely related to the fallen battleship. However, they were born and bred in the cultivation world. As chess pieces, Their bodies are energy bodies with a very mysterious structure. As soon as Zhongli received the news, his heart almost turned upside down. Without a doubt, this was also a race that had invaded the cultivation world. They were also the mysterious race that had invaded Earth back then. Crack! Zhongli secretly circulated the Great Emperor embryo in his body. Suddenly, the Great Emperor's 7 seals revolved like lightning. His muscles erupted with an incredible power, and the chains that pierced his body automatically melted, turning into powder without a sound. He was free. He walked up to the Western man. The Western man looked at him in shock and sent out a mental wave. "Who are you?" However, Zhongli grabbed, and his 5 fingers stabbed into the man's heart. The cells in his body kept wriggling, as if they were swallowing the man's body. In an instant, the Western man shriveled up and turned into a ball of white light that merged into Zhongli's body. Within a minute, he had completely disappeared. A milky white light shot out from between Zhongli's brows. His face was filled with shock. It really is an angel. The legendary angels. Their bodies are a type of powerful, compact, and unparalleled biological energy. I can sense that the Emperor embryo is filled with power. Countless energy formulas were being calculated in his mind. He analyzed the biological energy of the angel's body. This was a type of biological energy that was even stronger than spirit stones. However, humans couldn't absorb it because it couldn't be digested. This was because there was some mechanical energy mixed in with the biological energy. However, to Zhongli, this was a huge supplement. It was much more comfortable than absorbing spirit stones. The benefits were even greater. The embryo of the great monarch kept moving and squirming in his body. It was like a good rain after a long drought. It was as good as dual cultivation with Jiang Xinyue. Angels were a strange substance. They were made of pure energy and had no impurities. They were mysterious and vast. The origin of human technology could be said to have originated from them. This is a blessing in disguise, a blessing in disguise. Zhongli was so excited that he was shaking while analyzing the structure of the energy. This angel's energy is the best nourishment for the fetus of the great emperor. If I eat this angel, it means that I can do dual cultivation with Jiang Xinyue. He didn't even look at it. He ignored everything and flew in front of a Western man. This man's eyes were filled with fear. Zhongli still stabbed his palm into his body. The powerful energy started to dissipate. When Zhongli ate, one could see all the cells in his body wriggling like bellows. They expanded and contracted. The world was like a bag, and so was his body. This eating method was no longer like human stuttering, chewing, swallowing, and digesting. After a while, this angel was completely absorbed by Zhongli. He disappeared just like that. Even his mind was absorbed by the emperor embryo. After absorbing 2 angels in a row, a profound change occurred in the depths of the embryo. It was as if a powerful energy was opening up space. Kacha, kacha, kacha. At the same time, the deepest part of the embryo seemed to be undergoing all sorts of changes. Water, fire, wind, and lightning were brewing. It was like a nuclear reactor. Zhongli opened his mouth and spat out black smoke. When it landed on the ground, it was all dust. These are the impurities in the embryo. Many impurities in the depths of the emperor embryo were extracted. The entire embryo became smaller and smaller. It was only the size of a thumb, but the energy was getting denser and denser. However, this was far from enough. Zhongli sensed that this angel's energy was even more mystical than immortal qi. To him, it was simply tailor-made for the great emperor's embryo. Absorbing 2 of them caused the embryo to mutate, causing it to undergo profound changes. If he continued to absorb them, he would definitely be able to raise his strength to the next realm and obtain all the energy that the emperor embryo needed to condense. Originally, even if he cultivated the Great Emperor Heaven Seal and Great Emperor Dream Seal, he would still need to accumulate a lot of energy. But now that he absorbed angels, it was completely different. The energy accumulated was definitely enough. He just needed to comprehend his realm, and he would be able to break through. He walked in front of another angel. This time, the absorption was even faster. Before his palm even touched the angel, the energy on his body started to twist. It turned into a ball of white light and entered his body. There were many angels locked up in this cell. Zhongli looked around. There were at least a few hundred of them. This was enough for him to absorb, replenish, and condense. Every time he absorbed an angel, he felt like he had absorbed several years of heaven and earth spiritual energy and all sorts of mechanical energy. This meant that absorbing one angel was equivalent to several years of cultivation. His body floated around like a demon. He floated around the cell, and within 10 minutes, he had done so dozens of times. Each time, an angel would be absorbed by him. In the end, he even stopped in the middle and shouted, So. All the angels let out sounds of fear, but it was useless. There was a powerful energy whirlpool in Zhongli's body. It caused all the angels to tremble and enter his body involuntarily. All the angels in the cell were absorbed by Zhongli. This time, his emperor embryo shrunk again to the size of a rice grain. All sorts of black smoke came out, and countless impurities were ejected. His great monarch embryo was like a smaller great monarch relic. Something inconceivable slowly appeared in it. Zhongli felt that both his mental energy and life force were exploding. He didn't know what realm he was in. He only knew that the energy in his body was about enough. The emperor embryo had already accumulated enough energy. As long as he comprehended his own cultivation, he would be able to break through and cultivate the emperor embryo. With a wave of his hand, he would be able to unleash his strongest strength. He would be able to turn the world upside down. I should be able to suppress Jiang Xinyue now, but I'm still far from being able to deal with Meng Xingchen. Zhongli felt like he could pierce through mountains at any time and crush everything. His body surpassed high martial mechas. He suddenly spun, his entire body spinning hundreds of thousands of times in a second. The hard rocks turned to powder without a sound. His current body was almost like an invincible machine. Laser. If he went out, he wouldn't even be afraid of chaotic origin realm experts. Now that I'm back on Earth, I can use this strength to obtain a very high position. I can even occupy a spot in the elite zone. Zhongli observed his body. He found that with every breath, the emperor embryo's energy would be poured into every cell in his body. Each cell would produce a kind of crystallization. This allowed his body to produce a powerful impact with a wave of his hand. Moreover, he also found a fast way to cultivate. That was to kill and absorb angels. It would be best if they were invading angels. These were angels that were born and bred here. Killing them would not be blessed by heaven's will. If they were invading angels, heaven's will would reward him after killing them. This way, Zhongli would be able to comprehend the emperor's heavenly seal faster and be one step closer to forming the saint embryo. Zhongli was like a pangolin. He pierced through the mountain and flew away without a sound. As he left the mountain, he turned back to look at the tall dream sect. Jiang Xinyue, I've finally gotten rid of you. When I see you again, I'll become the emperor embryo and capture you. He originally could not escape, but after absorbing the energy of hundreds of angels, the emperor embryo changed. Its body turned into powder and became like a laser. Escaping was very easy. After escaping from the dream sect, he felt like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the ocean. Without Jiang Xinyue, who was always following him around, he could cultivate freely, and he could do great things. Chapter 3:12. After Zhongli escaped, Jiang Xinyue was still discussing matters with Meng Xingchen in the palace at the peak of the mountain. It seems like we can't absorb this angel's biological energy. Jiang Xinyue was still researching angels. There was no such opportunity in human society. Because of the Western Church, this thing should be forbidden to research, and there was not even a report on it. She also grabbed a ball of angel energy and found that it was strange. It was powerful and had a complex structure. Even super calculations could not analyze some of its mysteries. That's right. This vitality can't be absorbed and can't be used for alchemy. It's even harmful to our sacred fetus. Meng Xingchen analyzed carefully. but I'm researching how to refine this vitality into an artifact. Angel energy. Interesting. Jiang Xingyue naturally could not let go of such a big secret. She played with the energy and inhaled a little. She found that the sacred fetus was trembling, so she hurriedly spat out the energy. It was like a person swallowing a piece of iron. It was a very uncomfortable taste. Only then did she realize that this angel energy contained mechanical energy. It was a combination of mechanical energy and biological energy. Since it was a mechanical life and a life of flesh and blood, this kind of thing could not be absorbed by the sacred fetus. Right, Jiangli, this beast's embryo can absorb both biological and mechanical energy. Can we use it for research? Jiang Xinyue's heart moved. She asked, "Where's my servant? Bring him here." "I've already locked up your servant. There's no problem for now." Meng Xingchen waved his hand. "Go, bring that person in." "Yes." Two maids walked out. After a while, they walked in panic. "Not good. What happened?" Meng Xingchen frowned. "The servant we locked up escaped, and so did all the demons from outer space. But there was no alarm. The maid was very careful, afraid that her master would be angry. Let's go and take a look." Meng Xingchen was a little angry. He looked at Jiang Xinyue deeply, thinking that this girl was playing tricks. Jiang Xinyue's heart skipped a beat. Did Jiangli escape? Sure enough, when they arrived at the prison, Meng Xingchen saw that a large hole had silently appeared in the belly of the mountain, as if someone had drilled through it. After drilling through several kilometers of rock, there was actually no movement at all. All the imprisoned angels had disappeared. This was quite unbelievable. It was normal for one or two people to escape without being discovered. However, if hundreds of people escaped together, the mountain peak would definitely discover them. How'd he leave? What a powerful drilling technique. Meng Xingchen looked at the stone powder on the ground. This mountain of mine is as hard as flying swords and steel. It's almost indestructible, but it was still pierced through. How powerful is this person? Miss Xinu, what's the background of this servant of yours? As he spoke, he began to suspect Jiang Xinyu. Damn it! Jiang Xinyue hated Jiang Li to the core. Not only had he escaped, but he had also tricked her. She could not gain Meng Xingchen's trust. She quickly analyzed and could already see that Jiang Li's strength had increased greatly. He must have absorbed all the angels here. She had wanted him to suffer, but it was a blessing in disguise. This caused Jiang Xinyue to almost go crazy. I've already said that this servant is very cunning. His strength is not only limited to this, but he also cultivates demonic arts. Jiang Xinyue thus slandered Jiang Li. When I subdued him, he was massacring a group of mortals and absorbing their souls. He encountered a heavenly tribulation, so I captured him. What a pity he escaped. Demon. Meng Xingchen seemed to believe her. Fortunately, the losses were not too great. Jiang Xinyue hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. How about this, young master? This responsibility is mine, and I have to bear it. I will help you capture the other angels. There's no need. There are many of these angels outside. Losing a few hundred is nothing. It's not a big loss. Meng Xingchen waved his hand. Miss, I still have some matters to attend to. I will arrange for you to rest, or you can wander around. This is the Dream Sex token. In the future, if you have matters to attend to, you will be our guest. He took out a token. Jiang Xinyue took it, knowing that he was asking her to leave. She did not stay any longer. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. I will capture that servant and ask for your forgiveness. Forgive me for not sending you off. Meng Xingchen was still polite, but his tone was much colder. Jiang Xinyue cupped her hands and immediately left. After seeing this woman leave, Meng Xingchen suddenly moved. A figure appeared behind him, wearing a pitch-black cloak as if shrouded in shadows. Xingying, follow this woman and see where she came from. Report to me if there's anything. Don't let her find out. Meng Xingchen instructed carefully. This girl's background is mysterious, and her cultivation is profound. I'm afraid that she has a huge power behind her, so I don't dare to make a move. You have to investigate this thoroughly. If this girl is alone, I will secretly capture her and force her to reveal her cultivation technique. Yes, the figure in the pitch-black cloak swayed and disappeared. It's really comfortable. Without a follower, I can travel the vast world of cultivation. Under the scorching sun, Zhongli dived into a river and took a bath. Then, he lay on a rock and listened to the surging river water. His body blended in with the warmth of the sun, and he almost moaned in comfort. After getting rid of Jiang Xinyue's pestering, his spirit was released. I still need to cultivate quickly. Absorbing spiritual energy and searching for spirit stones won't help. The best way to cultivate is to absorb angels. Zhongli calculated his own cultivation method and found the best one. These angels seem like Westerners. They must have infiltrated human society. Looks like I have to find an opportunity to return to human society and find these angels, so as to eliminate hidden dangers for humanity. Since Meng Xingyun could capture hundreds of angels in the cultivation world, it is enough to prove that there are many angels here. If I can find the angel's nest, won't I be like a tiger in a flock of sheep? Then he stood up and looked around, recalling the information he had obtained from hypnotizing the angels. What a pity. If I could master the Emperor's dream imprint, not only would I be able to absorb the souls of my enemies, but I could also absorb their memories. He thought carefully, combining his knowledge of the cultivation world. Soon, he seemed to understand something. He used his hand to draw a large map on the rock, determining the possible locations of the angels. Then, he flew up, his speed reaching 80 times the speed of sound. The speed of light was 800,000 times the speed of sound. In other words, if Zhongli was 10,000 times stronger, he could reach the speed of light. What did 80 times the speed of sound mean? Back in the era of the country, humans had already developed a spacecraft that could reach 80 times the speed of sound. It would only take 60 days to fly from Earth to Mars. Zhongli's speed was nothing compared to the cultivation world, but it was godlike speed for cultivators. At this speed, Jiang Xinyue could not catch up to him. Of course, Zhongli was not afraid of this woman now. He was afraid that if this woman and Meng Xingchen worked together, he would be far from being a match for them. The most important thing now was to absorb more angels. After flying for 2 days and 2 nights, Zhongli realized that the temperature had suddenly dropped to almost negative 100 degrees Celsius. The cold wind howled in front of him. It was a world of ice and snow. Between heaven and earth, it was a field of silver white. This was a country of ice and snow. It seemed that no living creatures could survive. It was a desolate world. However, Zhongli knew that the world in front of him hid angels. The energy of angels was white. In this world of ice and snow, it was not easy for angels to be exposed. Zhongli flew into the ice and snow field. The wind howled, and the cold air was dense. However, to him, this was not cold at all. When the cold wind blew on his body, it was absorbed by the sacred fetus. This kind of wind energy was also a good energy. Zhongli struck with his palm. Instantly, the ice and snow below him split open. The thick layer of ice was penetrated by him. He went a few kilometers deep into the ice and found a spirit stone. Water-type spirit chi carried an eternal cold air. When he grabbed it, he was instantly sealed in a thick layer of ice. This spirit stone has turned into ice, soul-chilling pearl. Zhongli laughed. This was also a treasure in the cultivation world. In cold places, spirit chi would condense into water-type spirit chi. After absorbing the cold air, it would gradually change. After the geological movement, it would turn into ice, soul-chilling pearl. Once it was born, it could even freeze a small stream, pond, or lake. Ordinary cultivators would make this into a magic treasure. When facing an enemy, it would suddenly release cold air and freeze the enemy tightly. But Zhongli didn't need it all. After he cultivated the Emperor's embryo, he would be able to convert energy at will. For example, he could release water, fire, lightning, cold waves, storms. In the era of the country, wind energy could be converted into electricity. At the same time, electricity could be converted into wind energy. Fridges were a classic example of converting electricity into cold waves. The Emperor's embryo's ability to convert energy was far from what those technologies could compare to. In fact, when the Emperor's embryo cultivated to the highest level, it would be even more flexible than the Queen Mother. Zhongli could absorb light energy. It wasn't impossible for him to clone thousands of himself. Therefore, he swallowed the ice soul chilling pearl. The ice on his body also disintegrated. In just a short while, the ice soul chilling pearl had melted. He continued to go deeper. His body even started to change color. He was like a chameleon. This was the combination of his energy and the environment. In addition, the Emperor's embryo could perfectly absorb all spiritual waves. He was truly one with nature. Even someone like Meng Xingchen would find it hard to discover him. Not bad, not bad. Zhongli realized that his ability was getting stronger and stronger. He continued to go deeper. He didn't know how big this land of ice was. It seemed to be boundless. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Zhongli was stunned. He realized that it was a huge battleship. This is a battleship of humans? Zhongli was shocked. Who is it? Chapter 3:13. A battleship, the same color as ice and snow, flew toward the center of the snowfield with a roar. Zhongli followed closely. With his current speed, he could definitely follow the battleship. Although the air was getting colder, he didn't care at all. After following it for 2 hours, the battleship stopped in a field filled with holes in the ice and snow. A few people walked out. They were all Westerners with high noses, blue eyes, and golden hair. They wore long robes and didn't care about the cold wind at all. In fact, the wind couldn't even blow up their robes. There was an energy field surrounding them. There was almost no doubt. These Westerners weren't angels. They were real flesh and blood. Zhongli could even feel the aura of humans from Earth in their blood. Of course, they carried soul cards. What powerful strength! These people are almost at the primordial chaos breath level. They're considered powerful among humans on Earth. What are they doing in this ice and snow wilderness? Are they digging for treasures or searching for angels? Zhongli hid in the ice and didn't dare to act rashly. They got off the battleship and looked around. Seeing that there was no movement, they smiled at each other and stomped on the ice. Immediately, the ice cracked and a few Westerners flew out. Zhongli could see clearly now. The Westerners who flew out from the ice were not humans on Earth, but angels. The vitality of these angels was between 20 and 30, slightly stronger than the angels that Zhongli had devoured. Sure enough, there might be something fishy about the Westerners colluding with angels. Seeing the angels, Zhongli seemed to see delicious food. However, he didn't dare to move because there might be an expert among the angels in the depths of the snowfield. Sure enough, a powerful force broke through the ice. The leader of the angels appeared. He also looked like a Westerner, but he could vaguely see 6 wings on his back. They were made of energy and were pure white and silver. A slight flap would bring about a powerful energy storm. This angel's strength wasn't inferior to that of a primordial chaos breath expert. Zhongli didn't have the confidence to defeat it. He watched helplessly as the Westerners and the leader of the angels walked deeper into the ice crevice. The delicious feast was gone just like that. Forget it. If there's only one 6-winged seraphim under the ice, I can still give it a try. However, I'm afraid that there are even more winged seraphim, such as 8-winged seraphim, 10-winged seraphim, or even 12-winged seraphim, and angel kings. Then I'll be dead. Zhongli quietly observed the changes and waited. This angel also needs to replenish its energy. It goes out to conquer and gather resources. I'll wait here. Since I found the nest, there will always be a chance. He was also very patient. He stood guard here without moving. The color of his body was completely the same as ice and snow. He didn't emit any fluctuations or heat. Even if someone came close to observe him, they wouldn't be able to find any flaws. In this cold place, even an embryonic breathing realm expert would not be able to withstand it. However, he could completely withstand it. Actually, with the strength of his body, even if he jumped into the lava, he would not suffer any damage. Instead, he could absorb the heat from the lava. Cold chi was also a kind of energy. He hid and absorbed at the same time. Hard work paid off. After 3 days, many angels appeared from the cracks in the ice. They leaped out and spread outwards. There were thousands of them. Among them, there were a few with 4 pairs of wings. This was equivalent to the embryonic breathing realm in the human realm. Its energy was very strong. Zhongli almost drooled as he looked at it. After absorbing these 4 pairs of winged seraphim, his cultivation would increase by another level. Immediately, he turned into a gust of wind. He activated the Great Emperor Wind Seal and followed behind a large group of angels. There were thousands of angels in this group, led by 2 4-winged seraphim leaders. Zhongli would definitely not let go of this feast. With his current cultivation, the 4-winged seraphim were not a match for him. Only the 6-winged seraphim could compete with him. Gradually, they flew further and further away from the nest. It seemed that they could make a move. However, Zhongli was extremely patient. He was very careful. He would definitely not fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. After following for another 2 days, this group of angels had already left the ice and snow area. They came to a stretch of primeval forest to search for prey and start killing. There were even some villages at the edge of the primeval forest that were inhabited by humans. These angels killed humans and collected soul pearls. That's right, they had soul pearls on them. They killed to absorb souls and form soul cards. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Zhongli targeted the 2 4-winged seraphim leaders. They were very strong. Every move they made caused the ground to crack. However, in Zhongli's eyes, they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Attack. Zhongli chose a good angle and suddenly exploded. In an instant, he punched out at 80 times the speed of sound. With the Great Emperor Wind Seal, he pierced through one of the 4-winged seraphim leaders in less than a blink of an eye. Then, a whirlwind sucked the seraphim into his body. He didn't stop. He turned around and used the Great Emperor Seal. It was his strongest technique. An air current spread out and exploded. It was as if a person flipped the ground. It was really earth-shattering. Pong! The seraphim leader didn't even have time to react and was flattened. However, he didn't die. This was because he was an energy body and could transform at will. Unfortunately, Zhongli took advantage of the situation and sucked the ball of energy into his body. You have killed 2 demons from beyond the heavens. Reward. The moment the 2 seraphim leaders were killed, Zhongli heard a system's voice. Then a huge amount of vital energy and mental energy poured into his body, peeling off the cocoon layer by layer, once again giving the embryo a shot of adrenaline. In the depths of Zhongli's mind, a blue sky flashed. All sorts of laws intertwined and were densely packed. It was as if the net of the heavens was wide and tight. This was the cultivation of the Great Emperor Heavenly Seal. He seemed to have gained some comprehension. It turned out that the 2 seraphim leaders weren't born and raised in the cultivation world. They had descended from the outside world. Therefore, Heavenswell thought that they were demons from beyond the heavens. After Zhongli killed them, Heavenswell rewarded him. This way, he had a deeper understanding of the Great Emperor Heavenly Seal. This was much better than what he would gain if he comprehended it alone for over 100 years. After killing the 2 angels and devouring their energy and souls, Zhongli felt that it was more comfortable than taking any neurological drugs. He felt as if he was floating, and under the catalysis of heaven's will, he was immersed in a state where his thoughts and the void were fused together. His speed was even faster, reaching 100 times the speed of sound. He was like a ghost, flashing and flying. Even the seraphim couldn't see his shadow. This group of over 1,000 seraphim didn't know what had happened. They only saw their 2 leaders suddenly disappear. Then, their companions also disappeared one by one. They were terrified and cried out loudly as they fled. They scattered like birds and beasts, but it was useless. That shadow suddenly gave off an overwhelming mental wave. All the seraphim shrank and entered the shadow's body. After half an hour, more than 1,000 angels had been absorbed. Zhongli's body had actually doubled in size. Originally, he was 9 meters tall, but now he was close to 4 meters tall. He was simply a giant. This was the doubling of the cells in his body. However, all the light in his body was withdrawn again. His body gradually returned to its original appearance. The body of the great emperor was now completely accomplished. The great emperor embryo in his body shrunk to the size of a sesame seed. However, its energy was getting stronger. It was like a white dwarf turning into a neutron star. The density was getting higher and the energy was getting stronger, but the size was getting smaller. The density of the white dwarf was so high and the gravity was so strong that even atoms could be crushed. No matter could be left. The electrons around the atoms would leave the nucleus and become free electrons. How tyrannical was this? And now, the great emperor embryo was developing in this direction. This was a natural change that occurred when the energy was compressed to the extreme. Such a strong core allowed Zhongli to have invincible power with just a lift of his hand. He let out a long roar. The sound wave spread out and turned into a strong wind. Everywhere it went, trees were broken and tornadoes were everywhere. It actually affected the land within a radius of tens of kilometers. This kind of energy was simply shocking. So strong. I'm so strong. I've never felt so strong before. Now I can totally go against an expert of the third realm of the embryonic breathing realm. I can even kill them. I want to kill more angels. Zhongli checked the great emperor embryo in his body. He realized that the more energy there was, the smaller its size was, but the more destructive it was. It almost had extraordinary power. Although it still couldn't release remarkable powers and couldn't absorb spiritual energy, it was just a matter of realm. Once the realm was reached, it was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Then, he prepared to return to the ice and snow place again to kill the angels. It would be great if he could absorb the six-winged angels. After devouring these angels, Zhang Li's speed had reached 100 times the speed of sound. He could fly 30 to 40 kilometers in a second. Note that this was a speed of 1 second. If he was on Earth, he could basically go one round around the Earth in less than 20 minutes. Of course, his explosion of 100 times the speed of sound couldn't last for 20 minutes. At most, it could only last for 1 minute. After that, his speed would decrease. This was the limit of his physical body. His body wasn't really a machine yet, so it also had a limit of fatigue. After killing these angels, Zhongli started to run for a long time at 40 times the speed of sound. At this speed, he could run for a long time without stopping. In less than 2 days, he came to the snow field again and looked for prey. He wandered around the angels' lair in this ice and snow place. As expected, he encountered many angels that came out of their lair. He killed them one by one and absorbed hundreds of angels again. More than 10 days passed. He trained his great emperor embryo to perfection. In the process of slowly comprehending the great emperor heavenly seal, his spirit was also constantly resonating with heaven's will. His cultivation became more and more profound. However, the way he killed the angels also made them alert. Occasionally, an extremely strong spiritual wave would be transmitted from the lair deep in the ice and snow, sweeping across thousands of square kilometers of land. Based on his instincts, he knew that this was an angel in the meditative realm. It should be a 12-winged angel. He didn't have the capital to devour this kind of thing. He could only hide carefully and look for an opportunity. However, the scanning of the spiritual waves became more and more frequent, making it impossible for him to do anything. Under such circumstances, as soon as he made a move, he would be discovered and he would definitely die. After wandering around for another 4 to 5 days, he found nothing. He could only shake his head and leave this place temporarily. There's no way to kill the angels, but if I don't absorb them, it'll be too slow to find spirit stones. There are only 2 ways to improve my strength. That is to find Jiang Xinyue for dual cultivation. That's good too. Now that my strength has surpassed her, suppressing her is a normal thing. Chapter 3:14. Since he couldn't kill the angel anymore, he could only look for Jiang Xinyue. This time, Zhongli would have the upper hand. As for Jiang Xinyue's repeated attempts to kill him, he felt that if he didn't get rid of this troublemaker, she might threaten his family in the future. However, Zhongli wouldn't kill her. He would just subdue her. As long as he could use Jiang Xinyue, She would be a great help, and he could also disintegrate the Jiang family from the inside. That was because someone like Jiang Xinyue would definitely be the strongest cultivator that the Jiang family had nurtured. She might even run for president in the future. More importantly, subduing Jiang Xinyue would be a great benefit for him. He left the icy field and started to look for Jiang Xinyue. It was difficult to find Jiang Xinyue. In the vast cultivation world, finding a person was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. However, Jiang Li had a way. He had the aura of the supreme scripture of longevity and cultivated the great emperor heavenly seal. He could communicate with heaven's will and use it to divine things. Simply put, he could use the great emperor heavenly seal to divine things. Divination was popular in ancient times on Earth. It was used to predict the future and make all kinds of predictions to seek fortune and avoid calamity. In modern times, it was also very popular, and it was very popular to use optical computers to do divination. In fact, computers were used to divine the Book of Changes during the era of the country. Jiang Li had learned the Book of Changes, the 8 trigrams, Lian Shan, Hui Song, and other divination methods. He even studied the Western tarot and astrology. Moreover, the great emperor heavenly seal could be used for divination. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, it was necessary to understand heaven's will and predict the future. Immediately, he formed many seals and bombarded the sky, one seal after another. It was like flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses appearing on the ground. Every attack seemed to shatter the air, and the ground was full of holes. He punched out, and the air shattered like glass, falling to the ground with a crackling sound, leaving behind many natural marks, like the uncanny workmanship of nature. After a full hour, he stopped and looked at the marks left on the ground. He began searching for a trajectory to deduce. At the same time, he performed the Book of Changes divination and used the tarot divination. He used dozens of divination methods in a row and came up with a conclusion based on these methods. In the end, he used the great monarch embryo to make the final calculations. One future after another was produced, and all of them were rejected. Many scenes flashed through his mind like lightning in a dream, then disappeared, then reappeared. Every scene was a bizarre soap bubble. What a dream. Done. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He leaped up and glided in the air, shooting into the distance. He seemed to have found some clues about Jiang Xinyue. He ran at high speed. The embryo continued to calculate. Right now, it was like a super calculator, a nuclear furnace, and a super medical kit. In the era of the country, even the reactor of a nuclear aircraft carrier couldn't compare to the energy of the embryo in Jiang Li's body. Right now, he was a human-shaped aircraft carrier, a human-shaped nuclear bomb. As he ran in the wilderness, Jiang Li realized that his cultivation level was getting deeper and his mental energy was getting stronger. Sometimes, with a sweep of his mental energy, he would find spirit stones buried underground. He didn't even need to dig them up. With a thought, the spirit stones would turn into spirit qi, seeping out from underground and entering his body. This was a completely different kind of change. Of course, he still couldn't pull the spirit qi from the second dimension. This was the change in space. The mind-disintegrating spirit stones in the 3D material realm could still absorb spiritual energy. That would make things much more convenient. Some spirit stones were hidden underground and hard to dig up, but now, as long as his mental energy seeped in and turned the spirit stones into gas, it would save him a lot of trouble. After flying for a few more days, Jiang Li passed by many beautiful sceneries. In the cultivation world, all kinds of beautiful sceneries could only be seen in fairy tales. He could imagine that if humans from Earth migrated here, every human would be very happy. The scenery on Earth was like a big garbage dump to the cultivation world. The human heart, Earth heart, and heaven heart were fused, and the heaven heart confirmed each other. Jiang Li was in the most perfect state. This kind of cultivation opportunity was very rare. Not long after he entered the cultivation world, it was equivalent to him cultivating in the Starry Sky University for 100 years. I can feel Jiang Xinyue's aura. He divined and searched at the same time. Finally, 10 days later, he arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was huge, stretching endlessly, and he couldn't see the end. In the mountain range, there were dragons and snakes, monsters and powerful auras. In the depths of the mountain range, spirit chi gathered and didn't dissipate. Obviously, there were spirit stone veins. When he entered the mountain range, he could feel that Jiang Xinyue's aura was getting stronger and stronger. He could even feel Jiang Xinyue's thoughts, as if she was looking for something. The cultivation world was full of treasures, so it wasn't surprising that Jiang Xinyue was looking for some kind of treasure in this mountain range. Jiang Xinyue disrupted my cultivation and stole many of my treasures. This time, I'm going to trick her. The color of Jiang Li's body changed to the color of the forest. At the same time, he retracted his aura and snuck in. He saw Jiang Xinyue meditating under a mountain waterfall. Waves of spirit chi shot out from the deep pool and turned into a purple waterfall, pouring into Jiang Xinyue's body. Purple spirit chi? This is a mixture of spirit chi and immortal chi. Jiang Li hurriedly used his spiritual detection and discovered that the deep pool was unfathomably deep. At the bottom of the pool, countless purple clouds were revolving around Talisman. The Talisman seemed to be sealing a door. A cave abode. Jiang Li was shocked. Left behind by an immortal cultivator? This spiritual talisman is really powerful. Swoosh! He appeared in front of Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue was shocked, and she immediately opened her eyes. She stood up and put on the most perfect defensive posture. Then, she saw Jiang Li, and the shock on her face turned into anger. Tsk tisk. Jiang Li teased. Jiang Xinyue, you've been hiding here all by yourself, and you've actually discovered an ancient immortal cultivator's cave abode. How about it? Don't you want to share it with me? The talisman at the bottom of the pool is a combination of immortal chi, spirit chi, and biological energy. I know you want to slowly refine it, but if you continue like this, it won't be effective for at least 50 to 60 years. Why don't you and I work together? There's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell instead. Jiang Xinyue's murderous intent was getting stronger. You actually escaped from the dream sect, and you even swallowed all the angels and pushed the blame on me. However, your good luck has come to an end. Let's see where you can run to today. Run? Why would I run? Jiang Li had a look of surprise on his face. This kind of performance was not even worthy of being performed by an amateur actor. I came here especially to find you. I used the Book of Changes, the Tarot Club, astrology, and many other methods to calculate your position. After searching for half a month, I finally found traces of you here. Is this how you treat me? I can't wait to eat your flesh. Jiang Xinyue kept increasing her power. She wanted to kill Jiang Li in one blow. I can't bear to kill you. I just want to capture you and force you to dual cultivate with me. Jiang Li smiled. How can I bear to kill a beauty like you? I don't have a girlfriend anyway. Why don't you be my girlfriend and follow me faithfully? How about betraying your family? He said this on purpose to provoke Jiang Xinyue's anger. Deep down, his mind was clear. He was calculating Jiang Xinyue's attack trajectory. Die. Sure enough, Jiang Xinyue's fist was already in front of his face. Such speed and explosive power. This kind of speed and explosive power was enough to hurt a mixed elemental breath powerhouse. However, in Jiang Li's eyes, it was very slow. There were 1,000 ways to defeat her. Bang! Jiang Li didn't even look at her. He turned his body and punched. The trajectory of his fist was like a spiral, drilling into Jiang Xinyue's weak spot. Jiang Xinyue was shocked. She didn't expect Jiang Li to be so strong. She quickly turned around and blocked Jiang Li's fist. With a loud sound, Jiang Li was sent flying. Jiang Xinyue spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. She felt that her internal organs were almost turned over. Her 9 great holy fetuses were suffocating. The energy structure in them was destroyed. With just one punch, Jiang Xinyue was stunned. Jiang Li flew backward. His body jumped in the air like a dragonfly, skimming the water. He stepped on the air, violating the laws of physics. It could be said that he was flying with the legendary left foot touching the right foot, Qinggong. In fact, he was just controlling the airflow. Birds used their wings to control the airflow to fly. Jiangli could even control the airflow through his pores. In this exchange, Jiang Xinyue almost suffocated. On the other hand, Jiangli didn't suffer any injuries or flaws. It was obvious who was stronger. It could be seen that Jiang Xinyue was no match for Jiangli. Jiang Xinyue's heart sank. How did you become so strong? Could it be? That's right. After I escaped from the dream sect, I found the lair of the angels. I swallowed close to 2,000 angels, including a few angels in the embryonic breathing realm. From there, I received the favor of heaven and my abilities increased. If I didn't have absolute confidence, why would I come to find you? Zhongli waved his palm. Strong winds howled in all directions. It was as if he could move the vital qi in the entire heaven and earth. Jiang Xinyue was swayed by the strong winds. Whoosh! Jiang Xinyue jumped hurriedly. She already knew that the situation in front of her was extremely dangerous. If she didn't escape, it would be difficult for her to escape from Jiang Li. Unfortunately, just as she moved and was in midair, Jiang Li's speed was faster. He blocked in front of her and casually threw a punch. This punch stirred up strong winds. It was as if thousands of fierce tigers were descending the mountain and thousands of dragons were coming out of the sea. The pulling force from all directions made it impossible for her to move. Her mind had been locked by her opponent. She had no choice but to mobilize the power of the 9 great holy fetuses again and fight head-on with Jiang Li. She was forced back to the ground by this punch. Jiang Li then landed. He was like an eagle playing with a chick. Jiang Xinyue, you can't escape. Now you should know the difference between our abilities. If you surrender, I can treat you as my girlfriend. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Although I, Jiang Li, am not a bloodthirsty person, I am definitely not a kind person. If you think that I am weak and easy to bully, then you're gravely mistaken. Chapter 315. Jiang Li, I never expected that you would actually grow to such an extent. It was my mistake. I didn't manage to kill you at the best time. However, it won't be easy for you to deal with me as you wish now. Jiang Xinyue knew that she was at a disadvantage. She was anxious, but she pretended to be calm. She knew that the more anxious she was, the more opportunities Jiang Li would have. Kill me. Jiang Li laughed. Come on, little girl. You wanted to kill me from the beginning, but you couldn't do anything to me. You even wanted to use Dream Sect to imprison me, but look what happened. I got a blessing in disguise, and my strength increased tremendously. Today, I want to see what other trump cards you have that you are not afraid of me. Then bring it on. Jiang Xinyue got into position again. The 9 saint embryos in her rubbed against each other and stimulated her cultivation base. Jiang Li didn't even bother to look at it. He simply threw a punch. His fist art was divine, and astral winds poured down. The great emperor's wind seal was sometimes lingering, sometimes fierce, sometimes spinning endlessly, and sometimes calm, but surging with undercurrents. There were thousands of variations in this punch. It was as if the punches were surging towards Jiang Li, and the air currents were like a raging river. The wave of fists was even more unstoppable. Thousands of soldiers and horses were engaged in a bitter battle. One could even hear the sounds of swords and spears clashing and the sounds of armor clashing. Limitless. Jiang Xinyue let out a long roar, and her cultivation base rose. She punched out, and her hands were like blooming lotuses. However, this was no longer the innate divine fist. Instead, it was a technique that was even more amazing than the innate divine fist. It was a technique that was even more profound than the innate divine fist. This technique turned into a star that expanded infinitely, and the galaxy revolved around it. This technique was called limitless. Jiang Li's expression changed. He felt that this move of his opponent's changed energy, the combination of vital energy, and the instantaneous fission and expansion. It was similar to the expansion of the universe. The universe was limitless, but it was still expanding. Within the limitless, it was looking for a bigger limitless. All the air currents brought about by the great monarch's wind seal were blown away by this expansion. Jiang Xinyue had not only broken his move, but also counterattacked. This limitless was indeed a killing move that could pierce through the heavens and penetrate the earth. But why would Jiang Li be afraid now? He stood tall on the spot and didn't dodge. One man held the pass against 10,000 enemies, and his defense was like an impregnable fortress. He used his physical body to resist the divine power and was not at a disadvantage. He flicked his fingers to block Jiang Xinyue's attacks. Jiang Xinyue's attacks were perfectly executed. Jiang Xinyue's attacks were like spinning gears and exploding energy. Jiang Xinyue's attacks went into his body and destroyed his cells. However, his cells devoured all of them. After exchanging dozens of blows, Jiang Xinyue still couldn't break through his defense. He was still playing it down, waiting for Jiang Xinyue to find a flaw in her energy conversion. It was impossible for Jiang Xinyue to continue like this. Every move she made had flaws that could be exploited. Creation. Suddenly, Jiang Xinyue changed her moves. However, this move did not weaken her momentum. Instead, it became fiercer and more imposing. It was like a giant snake slithering through the mountains and suddenly flew into the sky. Like a steel wire being thrown into the sky, it rose higher and higher. With this move, energy changed crazily. Symbols flickered, transforming into a dazzling and multicolored scene. It was as if all kinds of spirits were born from the great thousand creations. This was a kind of Andy de Qianhuan chaos, so that creation would not give birth to spirits. This move was creation. Compared to the limitless from before, it was even more ferocious. Comprehending the changes of the heavenly Tao and the circulation of the true meaning of a universe could be said to be the profound principles of creation. With the great Tao as the foundation and transformation as the order, the great wheel of creation was unfolding. Jiang Li's expression turned serious. He circulated the energy in his body and executed the 7 seals of the great monarch. Each seal was simple and unadorned, but it turned into a defensive line that blocked Jiang Xinyue's path, making it difficult for her to break through his defense. This was a true battle of strength. Beads of sweat actually appeared on Jiang Li's forehead. They turned into clouds and shot straight up into the sky. His chi surged to the heavens and shook the fighting bulls. From this, it could be seen how much energy he had consumed and how much pressure Jiang Xinyue was giving him. However, no matter how Jiang Xinyue attacked, she couldn't shake his defensive line or make him take a step back. Kill! Jiang Xinyue's attacks became sharper and sharper. Her moves had the power to cut the earth. Heaven's was like a blade, and each blade was like the carvings of time. They could leave marks on any kind of material. Every move of hers was like time, unstoppable and irreversible. Longevity. She struck out with another move. This move was a continuation of infinity and creation. Originally, the momentum of creation had already reached its peak and should have gone downhill. However, when the third move, longevity, appeared, it shook the heavens and the earth, and the momentum rushed to a new peak. Jiang Li's defensive line was actually on the verge of collapse. The paper wall couldn't withstand the impact of the storm. This woman's explosive power is indeed strong. Jiang Li spread his hands and displayed the great emperor's heavenly seal that he had just comprehended. Instantly, the momentum and spirit in his body combined with the heaven's will of the cultivation world. The illusions behind him changed, and a vortex appeared. One seal after another, he suppressed Jiang Xinyue's foundation. The battle this time could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. As the two of them battled, the valley reverberated and a storm raged. Gales were everywhere, and even cliffs collapsed, and the ground was shaved off layer by layer. Unfortunately, no matter how ferocious Jiang Xinyue's attacks were, Jiang Li defended. He was as steady as Mount Tai, unshakable. It was like the waves crashing against a reef for billions of years, but the reef only became harder and harder. Finally, Jiang Xinyue's aura started to wane. As the saying goes, the first burst of energy, the second burst of energy, the second burst of energy, and the third burst of energy. After 3 consecutive attacks, she still couldn't break Jiang Li's defensive line. She was finally an arrow at the end of its flight. These 3 moves can't do anything to me, right? These 3 moves are your strongest moves. but they can't break my defense. Now that your momentum is waning and you're starting to go downhill, let me subdue you." Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Like a bolt of lightning piercing through the sky, his aura surged. "When the enemy retreats, I'll advance. When the enemy is tired, I'll attack. You've attacked 3 times. Now it's my turn." He flipped his hand and punched out. The fist's seal changed. His heart was like the void, breaking through everything. It was like a human-shaped ancient Tyrannosaurus rushing out from the chaos. The air currents shattered like mirrors, and it was as though the space was being shattered by him. One punch, just one punch. Jiang Xinyue's body flew high into the air. Her face was pale, and blood sprayed out from her mouth. She was originally wearing a set of clothes made of energy talismans. It was condensed from the Sun-Moon King curse, and it could resist all kinds of attacks. However, Jiang Li's punch also shattered her clothes, and she was left naked. Die! At this time, she couldn't care less about shame anymore. She fought with all her might again, and the 9 great holy embryos appeared behind her, forming the strongest formation. At the same time, she was ready to escape at any time. Only at this time did she realize how terrifying Jiang Li was. Those 3 moves, infinity, creation, and longevity, were all Divine Fist moves from the Supreme Sutra of longevity. They were her trump cards, but even they couldn't break Jiang Li's defensive line. From this, it could be seen how ferocious Jiang Li was. However, she was still confident that she could escape. As long as she didn't die, there was still hope. Boom! At this time, Jiang Li made her despair because he rushed over again and threw another punch. This punch was even more powerful and fierce than the previous one. After the punch, the surroundings became pitch black. Jiang Xinyue couldn't see anything. Even though she tried to use her spiritual power, she still couldn't see anything. She still couldn't see anything. What kind of martial arts is this? He can extinguish light with just his body. What kind of level has he reached? Jiang Xinyue had never seen or heard of this kind of martial arts. When the punch was thrown, heaven and earth became pitch black. This was the suppression of her consciousness, and she couldn't feel the outside world. At the same time, the airflow was distorted and light couldn't shine in. If this was caused by a divine ability, it wouldn't be strange at all. However, if it was caused by a pure martial art, it would be indescribably terrifying. Before she could react, she felt a heavy punch on her body, and she fainted. She didn't know what happened. After that, the wind stopped. Jiang Li landed and grabbed the naked Jiang Xinyue. This woman's eyes were closed, and the holy fetus had suffered a huge shock. Her soul was in a trance. She was hit by his punch. Luckily, she's not dead. I have to wake her up. As he spoke, Jiang Li landed next to the deep pool. He put his palm on Jiang Xinyue's skin, and a stream of energy entered her body. Jiang Xinyue let out a moan and woke up. When she saw that she was naked in Jiang Li's arms, she was so angry that she almost fainted. "Jiang Li, you animal. Kill me if you can." She cursed, but there was nothing she could do. "Kill you?" Jiang Li had everything under control. He deliberately put on a lewd smile. "Girl, how can I bear to kill you? You're still yelling here. Do you believe that I won't OXX you 100 times? Jiang Li, I advise you not to play with fire." Suddenly, Jiang Xinyue calmed down. "Let me go now, and we can still resolve this. Let's make a deal. You will advance to the embryonic breathing realm, and I will advance to the primordial breathing realm. Then, we will fight to the death. Do you dare? Before the battle, I promise I won't harass you." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Jiang Li sneered. "Releasing a tiger back into the mountains will cause endless trouble in the future. Now that you are in my hands, you still want to be free? Stop dreaming. It seems that the people of the Jiang clan are not good people. I can kill Jiang Xie, Jiang Tianhe, Jiang Zhenlei, Jiang Xian, and so many people of the Jiang clan. However, you are still valuable to me now. Let me go." Jiang Xinyue's face was blood red. Her eyes were also blood red, as though blood was about to flow out of her eyes. "I am the target of Saint Naelin's nurturing. Sometimes, Naelin will cast his gaze on me and pay attention to me. If you insist on going your own way, I'm afraid that Saint Nalan will manifest his divinity personally and kill you. I'm afraid that Jiang Nalan wouldn't do so many things. Jiangli was not moved at all. It's not like Jiang Nalan has never manifested his divinity before. Didn't he still get defeated by me? Jiangli, if you don't let me go today, I can't do anything to you. However, I will carry out crazy revenge on your family. Jiang Xinyue was almost using a cursing tone. She had the demeanor of a shrew shouting abuse in the streets. I hate to hear such words the most. Jiangli was also annoyed. This Jiang Xinyue was still not convinced. Now, she actually began to threaten his family. Do you really think that I don't dare to? As he spoke, he pressed Jiang Xinyue hard under his body. Don't come over. You are a beast. Jiang Xinyue let out a cry of alarm, but it was to no avail. Chapter 316. Jiang Li, I'm going to kill you. An hour later, Jiang Xinyue couldn't even move a finger while Jiang Li stood up, feeling refreshed. He felt like he had absorbed a large amount of energy from Jiang Xinyue's body and injected it into his body, causing the embryo to circulate. The benefits were no less than swallowing a few angels. Actually, Jiang Xinyue could also gain a lot of benefits. But this time, Jiang Li was very careful. He was purely taking her, not transferring her energy. Otherwise, if he were to dual cultivate with her, his strength would increase greatly. If Jiang Xinyue broke through to the next level, he would be the one to die. So, before he could suppress Jiang Xinyue, he couldn't give her any chance. The embryo in his body was like a sesame seed, faint and similar to the color of the void. It was still shrinking, as if it was about to turn into dust. The smaller the embryo, the stronger it was. It also meant that the energy was compressed more tightly. Oomph. I'm already being merciful by not killing you directly. If I'm a little more ruthless, I'll definitely kill you. If I'm more vicious, I'll suck you dry. What can you do to me? I'll absorb all 9 of your holy embryos and merge them with mine. Then, I'll be able to obtain your supreme longevity scripture and merge them together. Won't my strength increase by 10 times? Jiang Li opened his eyes. You really don't say. Let's put ourselves in your shoes. What will you do if I fall into your hands? I'll let you suffer the most painful torture in the world before I die. I'll suck you dry, and you'll never be able to recover. Jiang Xinyue said viciously. As expected, Jiang Li suddenly grabbed Jiang Xinyue's hand. He injected his mental energy into her body to suppress the holy embryo, making it impossible for her to resist. Now, he needed their bodies to be in contact to transfer energy. It was like transferring heat. This was also the awkwardness of not cultivating a special ability. Jiang Xinyue, I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. You'll know how strong I am when I successfully cultivate the holy embryo. Not long ago, you followed me to destroy my cultivation. Now, I let you follow me. I even stole your holy embryo to increase my own cultivation. You can't even resist. He could only watch as I became stronger. However, as long as you agree to break all ties with your family and follow me wholeheartedly, I can treat you like a girlfriend. How about it? Jiang Li was still trying to persuade her. Wishful thinking. Jiang Xinyue was not moved at all. Even if I die, I will never give in. Just give up. Suck me dry if you can. I won't kill you. I'll make you submit sooner or later. Jiang Li looked up and down at Jiang Xinyue's naked body. He smiled evilly and purposely said, I have your body, and I want your heart. I want you to die. Jiang Xinyue's eyes were dry, empty, and filled with hatred. Jiang Li's heart palpitated a little. However, he was not worried. The situation was still under his control. I will become stronger and stronger. I won't die. I will live forever. I will become a god, and I will swallow Jiang Nalan. Jiang Li smiled. You stole many of my treasures. Today, I will rob you of your treasures. What is that purple talisman in the depths of the pool? It contains immortal energy. There seems to be a cave under the talisman. You found this place, but it's mine now. Jiang Xinyue gritted her teeth and did not speak. Her resentment was getting stronger and stronger. Now, it was as if she wanted to destroy everything. Jiang Li could not be bothered with her. However, he held her with one hand. This way, He could use his mind to communicate with the energy in her body to replenish his energy. Now, Jiang Li's mind formed a cage that locked Jiang Xinyue tightly. He did not want her to escape or fight back. He could even control the saint embryo in her body to merge with his emperor embryo to increase his power. When he was escaping, Jiang Li knew that merging with Jiang Xinyue would increase his power greatly. It was the same now. However, this kind of dual cultivation was controlled by his mind. Immediately, he sent a wave of his mind down to peek at the purple talisman in the depths of the pool. As soon as it entered the talisman, a vast will came back. The purple emperor's divine talisman, comprehend the immortal Tao, reach the heavens in a single step, and transcend the mortal world. I am the purple emperor. 3,000 years ago, I defeated a peerless demon. I used the supreme immortal energy to create a talisman and sealed the demon here. I used the malevolent earth chi to wear down its vitality and finally refined it. If a cultivator finds this talisman, do not open it. Otherwise, the earth will sink and the world will become hell. Remember this. So that's how it is. A peerless expert subdued a demon and sealed it deep underground. When the talisman was removed, the demon would appear. However, it's been 3,000 years. Any demon would have turned to dust, so it's fine. Jiang Li felt that the purple emperor's divine talisman contained dense, immortal energy. It was a mixture of immortal energy and spiritual energy, as well as the cultivator's flesh and blood energy. The talisman was programmed by itself, just like a biochip. In fact, in terms of modern technology, talismans were equivalent to intelligent biochips. The two had similar structures and both could exert a great deal of energy. Since that was the case, Jiang Li could absorb the purple emperor's divine talisman into his body to replenish the emperor embryo's energy. He could also share the creator's thoughts. However, he was curious. How did you find the purple emperor's divine talisman? Death. Jiang Xinyue didn't answer him at all. Forget it. I'll swallow the purple emperor's divine talisman to increase my strength. This talisman is very powerful. I'm afraid I can't compare to it, even if I swallow a few thousand angels. I wonder what kind of demon is sealed under it. 3,000 years. The demon's ashes are gone. Even a sage knows about it. I wonder if he can live for 3,000 years? Jiang Li knew that even saints had a limit to their lifespan. 3,000-year saints were very rare, and the majority of saints lived for more than 1,000 years, or even 2,000 years. Their souls would mature, and when they encountered the pulling force of the void, they would return to nothingness. At this time, they had to use extremely tyrannical methods to retain their souls, or else they would return to dust to dust. Sages weren't immortal. In a long river of history, even the strongest existence would die. Although sages could ignore the aging of their bodies, they couldn't do anything about the aging of their souls. Let's see how long you'll need to swallow this talisman. Jiang Xinyue couldn't help but mock him. 30 years? 50 years? The power of this talisman isn't something you can imagine. The Purple Emperor was a sage in the early days of the cultivation world. He had a profound cultivation base. Although he's fallen, the things he left behind aren't something you can break. Is that so? But I can borrow your strength now. Your 9 holy embryos are all under my control. If we combine our powers, we'll be 10 times more powerful. The speed at which we absorb the Purple Emperor's divine talisman will be much faster. Jiang Li said, "Rumble." Jiang Xinyue mobilized the power of her 9 holy embryos. Many vortexes flew out of her body and into the deep pool. They began to absorb the purple energy from the talisman. Indeed, with their powers combined, the speed at which they absorbed it was much faster. Waves of purple immortal energy gathered in Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li was surrounded by purple crystals. They melted and were digested, but the speed at which they were digested was far slower than the speed at which they were absorbed. As such, the purple crystals piled up, forming a purple crystal kingdom, trapping him and Jiang Xinyue within. From afar, it looked like a huge purple crystal had wrapped around a naked man and a woman. Jiangli felt very comfortable while absorbing the Purple Emperor's divine talisman's energy. This was especially true when he connected with Jiang Xinyue's energy. They blended together, and the energy transformed. He progressed at a tremendous pace. This was the fastest way to cultivate. He continued to cultivate and devour. Jiang Xinyue was trapped and couldn't move. She could only watch as Jiangli became stronger and stronger. She couldn't benefit at all. Originally, she and Jiangli could benefit greatly from dual cultivation. However, Jiangli was suppressing her soul and controlling her body. All the energy produced by their dual cultivation was absorbed by Jiangli. This way, Jiangli became stronger and stronger, while she became weaker and weaker. If this continued, Jiangli would absorb half of her holy embryo's power. Her strength would decrease by half, and Jiangli would increase by half. When that happened, she really wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, there was nothing she could do now. She could only watch helplessly as she grew weaker and Jiangli grew stronger. Jiangli wouldn't give her any chance. Immortal energy mixed in his body. The Supreme Longevity Sutra's energy and the Supreme Emperor's seal's energy entangled. Jiangli seemed to feel the will of two giant gods converging. He suddenly erupted and let out a long roar. The surrounding crystals were shattered. A huge vortex appeared in his body, and the absorption power increased. After half a month, he was still refining the Purple Emperor Divine Talisman. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he refined it. He became stronger and stronger. He grabbed Jiang Xinyue and forced her to use her energy for half a month. Jiang Xinyue felt like she was a lamp that had run out of oil. She felt fear every day. Every day, Jiang Xinyue cursed, and prayed. But no matter what she said to Jiangli ignored her. He continued to cultivate. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he sucked her dry. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. Jiang Xinyue gradually panicked. She was still afraid that she would really be sucked dry. In this half a month, she had really been OX'd by Jiangli over 100 times. Every time she dual cultivated with Jiangli, her body would become extremely weak, almost to the point of collapse. However, there was one thing that was different, and that was when she was OX'd. It was very pleasurable. There was a kind of addictive flavor to it. Every time she was pressed down by Jiangli during the dual cultivation process, her soul would almost be immersed in it and be conquered. If it wasn't for her deep cultivation and the tempering of her mind, she would have been conquered by Jiangli and become his sex slave. However, Jiangli's unbridled demands caused her to feel from the depths of her heart that she was about to fall into depravity and become addicted every time she woke up. Jiangli, don't be so ruthless. Finally, her voice softened. If I keep sucking like this, my cultivation will regress. I won't be able to make any progress. Unfortunately, Jiangli ignored her and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Chapter 3:17. It wasn't that Jiangli ignored Jiang Xinyue. It was that he was completely immersed in his cultivation and once again used heaven's perception. The Supreme Emperor embryo in his Dantian's lower abdomen had almost been refined into a speck of dust. After absorbing immortal qi for a long period of time, the core of his cells had turned purple. The immortal qi contained in the Purple Emperor Divine Talisman was shocking. It was definitely not something that ordinary immortal stones could compare to. If he wanted to absorb it, even with Jiangli's current speed, he wouldn't be able to finish absorbing it without 5 to 6 years. This was under the condition that the Purple Emperor was already dead. If he hadn't died, he wouldn't have been able to touch the Purple Emperor Divine Talisman at all. Actually, in the long history of the cultivation world, there have been countless outstanding figures. Generation after generation of saints had withered and prospered. Thinking about it, Earth was such a small place. In the long history of 5,000 years, there had been countless experts, let alone a civilization like the cultivation world. Therefore, on Earth, there were countless seals, treasures, and cave abodes. It wasn't strange for Jiang Xinyue to occasionally find one. Suddenly, in the process of absorbing the energy of the Purple Emperor Divine Talisman, seemed to weaken. Then he felt an extremely evil and powerful energy charge toward him from behind the divine talisman. It stabbed into his mind as if it wanted to control his mind. He almost jumped up. Various scenes appeared in his mind. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and scenes from hell. At the same time, he saw a white bone throne amidst the endless white bones. On the throne sat a young man. This young man had perfect skin on the left side of his body. It was as white as jade, while on the right side, it was a pile of white bones. It was horrifying. How could there be someone who was half flesh and half bones? But this person was still alive. Moreover, he stared at Jiang Li with an evil gaze. It was as if he wanted to see through his mind. Waves of mental energy tried to control Jiang Li's soul. "Let me out. I'll give you endless riches and divine abilities." Oh no! Jiang Li quickly cut off the mental energy waves and jumped up. He was still in a state of shock. What is this? It's so terrifying. Is he really a peerless demon? He's still alive? Is he still alive in illusion? Or is this a mental energy wave being suppressed? He stared blankly at the purple emperor divine talisman at the bottom of the pool. It was still very calm. However, he did not dare to absorb the power of the purple emperor divine talisman anymore. Because if he continued to absorb, the power would weaken, and the peerless evildoer sealed below would come out, and he would definitely die without a burial. That evildoer was probably an existence even more powerful than a saint, or it could be said that an extremely brilliant saint had survived until now. Even if it had a little bit of power left, it would be enough to suppress Jiang Li. What? You don't dare to absorb it? When Jiang Xinyue saw that Jiang Li had woken up, she couldn't help but say, "There are many treasures buried under this talisman. The owner of this talisman is a peerless saint. Once you open it, you will gain power and wealth." Stop bullshitting. Jiang Li was a little fearful. A peerless demon is sealed below. Even if it's just a ball of consciousness, I'm not a match for it. Leave this place immediately. As he spoke, he immediately flew up into the sky. He no longer looked at the purple talisman. Fleeing far away was the right path. Jiang Xinyue had no choice but to follow Jiang Li. After walking for a long time, Jiang Li stopped and casually killed a huge golden wolf. He peeled off the wolf's skin and put on. At the same time, he also put on Jiang Xinyue. Finally, the two of them were no longer naked. Do you know that you missed out on a huge opportunity? The Violet Emperor was a mysterious character in the cultivation world. He was an existence that had once challenged heaven's will. Although he had died, the things he left behind could unravel a great secret. In the ancient records, he had suppressed 72 peerless monsters. Each of them were existences that could shake the heavens and subdue the earth. He had refined 72 runes to suppress these monsters in order to create a great formation called the Heaven-Seizing Formation. It was rumored that if someone could collect the complete Heaven-Seizing Formation, they could successfully seize heaven's will. I followed St. Nalen's records and finally found this talisman. In the end, you gave up. This is related to the key point of us humans conquering the cultivation world. Jiang Xinyue was still tempting him. Don't you want to defeat Nalen? If you don't get this, you will never be able to defeat him. I know my own capabilities now. I will at least need to cultivate the meditative mind before I can snatch this thing. It's still too early. Jiang Li was wrapped in thick fur like a savage, but it didn't matter. Most places in the cultivation world were desolate and uninhabited. This was completely different from the many planets of humans. There were endless resources and treasures everywhere. If he could bring them back to Earth, he would become rich overnight. Unfortunately, the Emperor's relic was gone. Jiang Li didn't even have magical powers, so how could he have space? Moreover, the cultivation world and Earth were separated by many galaxies. Even a wormhole would take a long time. Going back to Earth was not as easy as going back to the Emperor's star. Even on Earth, very few people could bring resources back from the cultivation world. What should I do now? The energy in my body is almost accumulated enough. As long as I comprehend the Great Emperor's Heavenly Seal and the Great Emperor's Dream Seal, I can immediately advance to the embryonic breathing realm. It's a pity that I haven't completely comprehended the Great Emperor's heavenly seal. The Great Emperor's dream seal is even more mysterious. I need extraordinary insight to break through the bottleneck. Little Emperor is not here, so I have many questions that no one can answer. Forget it. I will rely on my own cultivation. Jiang Li's current cultivation had already completely crushed Jiang Xinyue. He wasn't afraid of her doing anything. He even let go of the suppression on her. Jiang Xinyue's ability was very weak. She had regressed by at least half. The sacred fetus energy in her body had been sucked away by Jiang Li. At this moment, she couldn't wait to eat Jiang Li's flesh and drink Jiang Li's blood. This girl still won't be subdued by me. Do I really have to suck her dry? Actually, to me, even if I suck her dry, there won't be a lot of benefits. Instead, the two energies will cycle back and forth. She will gain benefits, and I will also gain benefits. That will be good. Jiang Li was also a little annoyed with how he was going to deal with Jiang Xinyue. If she was subdued, it would be a great help. It was a pity that this girl was still unwilling to be subdued. She was simply a big trouble. Jiang Xinyue saw that Jiang Li's eyes were flickering. They were sometimes gloomy and sometimes clear. She immediately covered her chest. What do you want again? My patience has been exhausted. Jiang Li laid out his cards. I don't have time to waste with you. Now, let me ask you again. What exactly are you? If you have the ability, kill me. Jiang Xinyue knew what Jiang Li wanted to say. She simply didn't give him a chance to speak. Since that is the case, I will fulfill your wish. Jiang Li's whole body was full of vigor. He kept increasing his power, as if he was going to kill Jiang Xinyue on the spot with one blow. Jiang Xinyue closed her eyes and waited for death to come. At this moment, a mark suddenly appeared between her brows. This mark looked like a word. It was the word door, and there was a rune that looked like a dragon and snake in the middle. In an instant, the mark exploded with a strong power, communicating with a great and unique will. What is this? Actually, Jiang Li didn't want to kill Jiang Xinyue. He just wanted to scare her. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Xinyue would think that she was in a life and death situation. That mark actually appeared between her eyebrows. That mark had the aura of a saint. It was something that a saint had bestowed on her. Without a doubt, this was Jiang Nalin's mark. Indeed, Jiang Xinyue was someone that Jiang Nalin had groomed. Keeping her by his side wouldn't do him any good. One day I will subdue your body and mind. I will let you go today, lest you activate Jiang Nalin's mark. Jiang Li's body swayed, and he suddenly left. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. This speed was probably 120 times the speed of sound. Jiang Xinyue's current speed was only 30 times the speed of sound. This was because her strength had been greatly weakened. Looking at Jiang Li's back view, she couldn't wash away the hatred in her heart. She shouted, "Saint Nalin, give me strength. I will fight with Jiang Li for the rest of my life. Even if I die, my soul will curse him so that he will never be able to rise again." Jiang Li was already a few hundred kilometers away. He thought for a moment, now that I have accumulated enough energy from the embryo, I just need to comprehend the realm. Unfortunately, the Heaven Seal and Dream Seal can't be cultivated in a short period of time. He had found Jiang Xinyue and subdued her so that he could dual cultivate with her to replenish his energy. He had achieved his goal. Now that he closed his eyes and looked inside himself, the embryo had completely disappeared. In fact, he couldn't even feel it. However, as long as he summoned it with his mind, energy would surge out from the void. In other words, he couldn't shrink the embryo anymore. Now, he had almost no flaws. He looked like a normal person with less than 2 vitality and weak spiritual power. This was perfect hiding. All the spiritual power and vitality were absorbed into the depths of the embryo. It was as if the embryo was also hidden and in a different dimension from the body. This was a strange feeling. After stealing enough energy from Jiang Xinyue, Jiang Li left her and instantly felt free. He had pledged allegiance to Saint Si-Sa. He was sure that Si-Sa would send him a message to complete a series of tasks. However, he didn't actually believe in Si-Sa. He believed in the blasphemy worm. Therefore, Saint Si-Sa's message was sent to the real blasphemy worm. He didn't know how little the arch had tricked Saint Seesaw with a blasphemy worm. Right, I've been in this cultivation world for almost half a year. How's my family? Zhongli was a little worried. I should go back to the human base. I can contact my family there. Only in the human base could communication with the human network on Earth. This was a great mystique of the saint. She had actually built a node. I'll go back to the base and tell my family that I'm safe. Right, I have to find my brother. I wonder where he is. I can ask around in the base. Zhongli made up his mind and started to return to the human base. He came out of the human base and didn't know where to go. However, it didn't matter. With his current speed and memory, it was enough for him to know the route. He immediately flew. After about 4 or 5 days, he saw the familiar human base again. At this time, there were no monsters outside the base. It was very calm. However, the sky was unusually dark. Dark clouds covered the sky as if a storm was coming. Humans went in and out of the base. They were very busy. Some people even built factories outside the base and started to build battleships. Chapter 3:18. Using this base as a base to develop technology and forge battleships, crushing the entire cultivation world with a technological army. It had to be said that this was really effective. Some people had even forged perfect mechas, battleships, and even assembly line technology. Actually, after humans had nanomachines, they could build their own industrial base, even in another world. What was even more heaven-defying was that nanomachines had no souls. They were purely microbe robots and would not be noticed by heaven's will. Think about it. An Earthling brought a large number of nanomachines to the cultivation world and immediately started searching for mines, energy, and building a mechanical base. In a few years, a large number of nanomachines would be built, and they would be able to conquer cities and territories. How fierce would that be? The cultivation world was rich in resources. There were iron and metal mines, and there was also a lot of mechanical energy that could be harvested. There was no lack of energy and resources. Therefore, after humans descended, they developed very quickly. However, Zhongli was not interested in these. He only cared about his own strength. He gradually felt that his own strength was the foundation of cultivating the great Emperor's seal. As long as his cultivation was high enough and he became a god, he would be able to create everything with a single thought. Many dimensions and resources were at his disposal. The entire world, the multiverse, would be his private property. He walked into the base built by Wang Chao. At this moment, he saw that the flames around him were different. He could tell with his eyes that the energy was connected by an incredible structure. He could also feel the power of the fire dimension everywhere. Unfortunately, extracting energy from the fire dimension was a god art that only those in the meditative state could do. If he could extract energy from the fire dimension, the great Emperor embryo could be condensed again, and his cultivation would improve. He walked into one of the buildings. There were more than 100 photon computers in the building. They were in the shape of a human with a human head and a snake body. The scales on its body were black, but not black, white, but not white. It was a chaotic color. Fushi photon computer. Jiang Li's eyes flashed. He knew that these hundreds of photon computers were developed by the Chinese, which was even more powerful than the Moses. It was rumored that the Chinese had a group of scientists who were determined to develop a computer that could rival the photon computer of the Lord God. That was the rumored Pangu. However, this photon computer was still in the development stage. Currently, the most powerful photon computer in Huaxia was the mysterious Nuwa. These were the gods of creation in ancient Huaxia mythology. I need to communicate with Earth. Send an email. In the center of the Fushi ship's optical computers, he saw a man with a long beard sitting in the center cultivating. When he saw someone enter, he opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Li from head to toe. After a long time, he had a strange expression. This person's cultivation was very strong. He was at the primordial chaos breath realm. However, it was nothing to Jiang Li now. Before he was entangled with Jiang Xinyue, his strength was still very weak. He would have to run away if he encountered someone at the second level of spirit breath. Against the primordial chaos breath, there was almost no chance. But now, People below the meditative realm couldn't do anything to him and could even be killed by him. You? The bearded man was puzzled. Your vitality is only 1. 3. How did he come to this cultivation world? Or are you hiding your strength? Impossible. Under the surveillance of so many Fushi optical computers, it is impossible for you to hide your strength. May I ask who you are? Jiangli was very polite. This was the hub of the entire base's communication with Earth. To contact Earth, this was the only place that could send out a signal. Unless he was a saint, there was no way to communicate with Earth over such a long distance. Even with light-speed electronic transmission, it would take hundreds of millions of years to reach Earth. My name is Yin Shou. While speaking, he stood up, revealing his tall stature, almost 2 meters tall, looking like a heavenly deity with a beard as sharp as a sword. If you want to use the Fushi's optical computer, you must pay a sufficient fee. You cannot use celestial essence here, and the hard currency is spirit stones. Making a call here costs 100 grams of spirit stones. No problem. Jiangli took out a spirit stone from his pocket and squeezed it. It was exactly 100 grams. In the human world, 1 gram of spirit stones was worth tens of millions. Even if it was bought internally, it would still be a few million. Now, 100 grams was worth hundreds of millions or even billions just to make a call. It was really expensive. Activate. Yin Shou took the spirit stone and issued an order. Suddenly, a large screen appeared in front of Jiangli. It was actually connected to Earth's network. This was simply amazing. Jiangli did not know how this technology was achieved. Jiangli immediately sent an email to the Scarlet Emperor Group's headquarters, asking about the situation at home. After a while, an email came back, explaining in detail some information about the Scarlet Emperor Group, photos of his parents, and Jiang Zhendong's research. Now that the Scarlet Emperor Group's operations were on the right track, everything was thriving, especially Jiang Zhendong's research, which had produced some scientific results. However, the production of spirit rice and foundation-building pills had not yet broken through the bottleneck. His home was safe, and human society was orderly. In fact, with the status of the Scarlet Emperor Group, it would be very difficult to destroy it. After all, Jiang Zhendong was a great scientist. If he was killed, he would definitely face huge public pressure. Since his home was temporarily safe, Jiangli also felt relieved and focused on cultivation. You are Jiangli? The Jiangli of the Scarlet Emperor Group, the one who believed in Saint Sa? Seeing that Jiangli was sending and receiving emails, Yin Shou was shocked. Is that so? Yes. According to your records, your vitality is above 20. Your spiritual energy is especially strong. It is possible that you have been blessed by the Emperor Star's will. It far exceeds the embryonic breathing realm experts. It should be more than 10-dimensional units. However, you are now an ordinary child. How can people believe you? Yin Shou did not believe it. My vitality is now 1. 3. I'm not considered an ordinary child. Now, the average quality of humans is 0. 85. Jiangli smiled. 3 years ago, Jiangli was still in his 3rd year of high school. The average human vitality was 0. 7. In just a few years, the average quality of humans had increased a lot. He believed that in a few years, it would be 1. At that time, everyone was a martial arts master. All right, I am Yin Jia's man. At the same time, I am one of the leaders of the Hua Xiam military group. My military rank is general, Yin Shou said solemnly. Your brother Jiang Tao was recruited by me before. What? Jiang Li's gaze sharpened. You know the whereabouts of my brother? Where is he now? Is he in danger? He is not in danger. He has great achievements. However, his whereabouts are top military secrets. It is not convenient for me to reveal it to you. However, I can tell you that your brother has already advanced to the embryonic breathing realm in the cultivation world. He has already been truly recognized by the will of heaven. Now, he is going to complete a major task. He is undercover in a large sect. Yin Shou revealed the information, intentionally or unintentionally. Jiangli was silent. How is it? Yin Shou said again. I have answered your question. Now, you should answer mine. You really believe in Saint Sa? I can't see the aura of a believer from you. According to the behavior of believers, once Saisa's name is mentioned, there will be a devout aura. However, you don't have any. There are many changes. This is a secret, Zhongli said. My brother will not be in any danger, right? Of course there will be danger, Yanshou said. If you join us, your brother will be in much less danger. Oh, Zhongli could hear the solicitation and threat in these words. Instantly, his face turned cold. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. It's a solicitation. Yanshou said, I know that you offended Jiang Nalan, so you sought refuge with Saint Saisa. However, I also know the specifics of the situation. It was Marshal Goliath who pressured you, forcing you to agree even if you didn't want to. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of Jiang Nalan. We also have a saint, Hua Lu Dao. He doesn't need your faith. He just needs to join our camp. Hua Lu Dao. Zhongli had never heard of this saint. Actually, the saints of the human race were a big secret. Ordinary people didn't even know which saints there were. Only the higher-ups would know a little bit of information. Hua Lu Dao is as young as Jiang Nalan, Yanshou said. He's a saint of our Hua Xia group. You probably know about the second largest group in the world, the Hua Xia group. Hua Xia group. Zhongli shuddered. Indeed, among the top 500 human enterprises, the second largest group was called the Hua Xia group. It was very large, much larger than the Sun and Moon group. This was a business organization formed by many members of the ancient Hua Xia family. However, this company developed weapons, big ships, mecha, and all kinds of drugs. It was like the umbrella company in the movies, controlling at least 20% of the human economy. This could be said to be the hope of the ancient Hua Xia people on Earth. Yes, we belong to the Hua Xia group. You probably know what our group wants. We hope that one day, the Hua Xia people can rule the entire human race. I won't hide this from you. It is the resistance. Your brother has also joined our group. Yanshou did not hide anything. In the cultivation world, there are no human laws. In fact, when it came to the higher-ups of the human race, the restraining power of the law was greatly reduced. My brother is my brother. I am me. I will not join your group. Zhongli immediately refused. I have my own ideas. As for your saints, it has nothing to do with me. What I need now is to increase my power. The increase of your power is a small matter. As long as you join our group, you can immediately advance to the embryonic breathing realm. There are hundreds of pills in this base. There are even ancient divine pills. It will be a piece of cake for you to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. Yanshou laughed out loud. The embryonic breathing realm is a big deal to others. However, to our Hua Xia group, it is nothing. Really? If you can help me advance to the embryonic breathing realm, I will immediately join the Hua Xia group. I can even give you the Red Emperor group. Zhongli smiled. Actually, he knew that advancing to the embryonic breathing realm was useless. The saint's empowerment was useless. He had to understand the Heaven Seal and the Dream Seal himself. However, he wanted to know the ins and outs of the Hua Xia group. Chapter 319. Oh, if you want to advance to the embryonic breathing realm, then you have to show me your true strength so that I can find the right medicine. Otherwise, how can I study which elixir you want to use? How do I carry out the infusion? How do I use Fushi's optical computer to conduct biological analysis on you, and even reassemble your genetic cells? Yanshou said a series of new terms. Why? I can't even see my strength, and it can help me increase my strength? I don't believe it. Zhongli smiled, not showing his strength at all. Is that so? Yanshou took a big step forward, shrinking the ground into an inch. It was a simple punch. B-class martial arts, Ghost Deity Fist. The first move, Ghost Deity appears. But when he used this move, there was gloomy wind everywhere, and there were ghosts everywhere, blocking all paths. Between his fist, it was as if the gates of hell had been blasted open. Ghost soldiers and generals rushed out from the underworld in a frenzy. Ghosts wailed and howled. All kinds of ghosts, black and white impermanents, the 10 kings of hell, and the bridge of helplessness emerged. All kinds of hell seemed to have enveloped Zhongli. This punch almost subverted his understanding of the Ghost Deity Fist. If it was someone else, they would have thought that Yin Shou had blasted open the gates of hell and opened a dimension of ghosts and gods. Even an expert of the same level of mixed essence breath could not block this punch, and could only avoid it temporarily. This is not the ghost deity fist, but the moves of the ghost deity fist and the fist intent of the other fist technique. What fist technique is this? It's almost as good as the Sun Moon King curse. Zhongli did not move, nor did he dodge. Bang! Yin Shou's punch landed squarely on his chest, but Zhongli did not move an inch. This impact, which could destroy a steel machine, did not have any effect on him. Yin Shou almost couldn't believe his own eyes and senses. His fist had landed on Zhongli's chest. That massive impact just now was no less than the impact of a train, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Even though he had thought 1,000 ways that Zhongli could resist, dodge, and counterattack, he had never imagined that Zhongli would actually just stand there and let him punch him. What situation was this? He had never been so surprised in his life. The impact of this punch is not bad, but it's useless against me. Zhongli's ability to absorb damage was much higher now. Once he formed the Great Emperor embryo, he had an almost undying body. This was just an embryo. If it was a real embryo of a great emperor, it would be unimaginable to mortals and even cultivators. You're not injured? Yin Shou asked one question after another. I'm a mixed essence breath expert. You didn't even move when I punched you? I dare say that with this punch, even a person in the embryonic breathing realm would be blown up by me. Didn't you want to test my strength? Zhongli laughed and said, I know. Huaxia Corporation wants to rope in people, but they also need to see if the person is worth it. Now, try and see if I'm worth it or not. Come, use your strongest attack to attack me. Are you sure? Yin Shou's gaze was cold. He felt that it was childish and laughable. At the same time, he felt like he was dreaming. A person with a vitality of 1. 3 had actually told him, a person with a vitality of 50, to come at him as he pleased. Even an expert in the meditative realm wouldn't dare to say that he was free to attack. The vitality of a mixed essence breath expert was 50. With this kind of vitality, he could send a train flying with a single punch. With a single breath, he could uproot the trees in a forest. It could even cause a strong typhoon in a city. If it was used to attack people, it would be a waste. Of course, I'm sure. Zhongli stood with his hands behind his back. Use your strongest attack. Didn't you want to test how deep my cultivation is? Let's see if you can test it. All right, don't blame me. Yin Shou's expression changed. His entire body flew and transformed. A sword chi rushed up to the sky behind him. It was a flying sword. Swoosh. The flying sword was green, ancient, and sharp. It seemed like it could even cut a mountain. It suddenly flew to the top of Zhongli's head and let out a sound like a tiger or dragon's roar. The flying sword seemed to have spirituality. It was a spiritual sword. Rip! The flying sword ruthlessly cut through the top of Zhongli's head and slashed at the top of his skull. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions. The sparks on Zhongli's head were like steel being smelted. A raging fire burned. The flying sword bounced up high, but it didn't have any effect on him. What? I didn't see wrong, right? Yin Shou roared. This is a spiritual sword. It can even cut a mountain. Are you sure this is your head? He waved his hand, and the sword flew into his hand. When he saw that the sword had lost some spiritual energy, his expression changed even more. This isn't your strongest attack. Use your strongest attack. Zhongli didn't move. It seemed like he could block all attacks in the world. All right, I don't believe that you are that strong. If you are really that strong, it is equivalent to the realm of meditation. Watch carefully. I won't hold back. Do you still have a chance to regret? Yin Shou kept the flying sword. Zhongli just smiled faintly and didn't deny it. You asked for it. Yin Shou didn't believe that he hadn't seen a freak like Zhongli in all his years. Rumble. A majestic aura exploded from his body. In his body, 6 auras appeared. Each aura was different. 6 great holy fetuses. Zhongli was moved. That's right. I practiced the 6 paths divine fist. This is the unique skill of the Hua Lu Dao Saint. After I practice it successfully, 6 great holy fetuses will appear in my body. The difficulty of advancing is 10 times that of an ordinary person, but I have practiced it successfully. So, I am guarding the base here. This is my true strength. Now, I will use the 6 Paths Divine Fist to attack you. It's not too late for you to regret. 6 Paths Divine Fist? I want to see it. Zhongli smiled. If you can withstand my 6 Paths Divine Fist, I will definitely report to the headquarters and do everything possible to rope you in. I can even give your brother the best treatment and let him have a relationship with you. Yin Shou spoke the truth. Indeed, this person could withstand his 6 Paths Divine Fist. This person was still in the realm of meditation. He wasn't even in the embryonic breathing realm. How much potential did he have? Everyone would value this kind of person. Not bad, not bad. As long as you train my brother thoroughly, I can form a good relationship with you. Zhongli was very calm. It was as if a cool breeze was caressing his face. Then I will begin. Come on. Yin Shou's whole body's aura increased tenfold. Just now, he and Zhongli were just playing around. Now he was serious. Behind him, there seemed to be 6 black holes. Each black hole was a 6 paths of reincarnation. A vortex also appeared on his fist. It was a small black hole formed by the airflow. Even without moving, it seemed like it could absorb a person's soul. 6 Paths Divine Fist. Yin Shou let out a long roar. He had already arrived in front of Zhongli. With a punch, the surrounding air was all sucked out by this punch. It created a vacuum in the surroundings. The air was compressed into a single point. One punch. It hit Zhongli's chest. Zhongli's expression changed. However, his feet still didn't move. It was just that the cells in his body squirmed thousands of times in a second. Every movement absorbed a large amount of damage. Bang, 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 bang. Yin Shou's fists began to bombard like a storm. In the air, only the shadows of the fists could be seen. Every fist came from the void, sending people into the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, when these fists bombarded Zhongli's body, none of them caused any damage to him. Zhongli was like an eternal god of war. He was also like a towering mountain. No matter how the wind and rain, the erosion of time, the storm, the bombardment of lightning, or the pursuit of meteors, he remained unmoved. Woo woo woo. Yin Shou let out another long roar. Zhongli, take 2 of my moves. The first move, Eternal Damnation. Kacha kacha. The surrounding air was all crystallized under his fist technique. He punched again, wanting to send people into eternal damnation. This move was the killing move of the 6 Paths Divine Fist. Zhongli's eyes were empty. There was no fear, no sadness, and no other emotions. The 7 emotions and 6 desires had all disappeared. All that was left was to fuse with heaven's will. The fist bombarded his body and exploded. It was as if countless missiles had exploded on his body. His wolfskin clothes were already gone. They were torn into dust by the fist force. And the killing move of the 6 Paths Divine Fist, Eternal Damnation, bombarded his body. Every cell in his body seemed to have turned into an ocean. No matter how much rivers and floods flowed into him, there was no fluctuation at all. The punch was useless. Yin Shou's heart was already filled with admiration for Zhongli. He took his 6 Paths Divine Fist head-on and used his body to resist it. What kind of concept was that? If he was a little more powerful, he could probably do a human nuclear test. The last move, Eternal Damnation. After saying the last 4 words, he disappeared. Even the airflow stopped. The surroundings were empty. It was unknown where he went. Zhongli's spirit couldn't sense this person. However, he knew that Yin Shou was actually still in this space. It was just that his spirit was highly concentrated and confused his divine will, making it impossible for him to see. In addition, his fist technique had caused the air to be completely still for a short period of time. It was a domain, a boundary. Just like the boundary of the great Vajra King fist, the airflow was controlled to the limit. It was a boundary and also a domain. Eternal Damnation was the final killing move. Zhongli knew that this move would be very difficult to resist. The 6 Paths Divine Fist was a peerless martial art. The fist technique was comparable to a nuclear explosion. It was basically impossible for him to resist. However, this was also an opportunity to test him. He took a deep breath and remained motionless. He used his heart to verify the will of heaven. He was observing heaven's will and fusing with heaven's will. Unknowingly, he grasped the fluctuations of the entire world. Every cell in his body was slowly wriggling as if they were becoming a living body. When the body of the great emperor was cultivated to a high level, every cell was an independent individual. They could develop into an independent self. Even if they were killed, as long as there was a cell left, they could absorb energy and revive. Now, he was comprehending this realm and the great emperor heavenly seal. Rumble. A fist came from the void and bombarded toward his face. It hit his face, wanting to smash his head. Jiangli still didn't move or dodge. However, his body wriggled like water. It was as if he was a liquid man that could flow on the ground and seep into the ground. When the body of the great emperor was cultivated to the highest level, it was similar to the liquid metal robots in the movies. He could change and seep at will. Every cell was an independent individual. The cells could be combined at will and could evolve into various forms. Kill. That fist finally hit Jiang Li's face. Chapter 320. Bang. Eternally Reborn's killing move had already hit his face. No one could let an expert hit their face like that. No matter how tough their head was, it would be smashed into powder or even reduced to a primitive molecule. But at this moment, Jiang Li's body was filled with the will of the heavens. The energy of the great emperor embryo in his body instantly absorbed all the damage. It was the same as being tempered. This tempering was a qualitative change. Originally, he would have needed a long time to comprehend the great emperor heavenly seal, maybe even a few years. But with this punch, the embryo trembled. In this moment of life and death, it instinctively communicated with heaven's will, using the infinite true meaning to contain power and control everything. In this moment of life and death, it stimulated all the potential of life and finally cultivated the great emperor heavenly seal. Jiangli didn't attack and took all of Yin Shou's attacks head-on. His intention was to use his opponent's fist technique to improve himself, allowing him to cultivate the strongest secret art, the great emperor heavenly seal. Once the great emperor heavenly seal was formed, the great emperor embryo in his body would become one with the cultivation world's will. Not only that, he could also use this characteristic to enter any dimension, any planet, and he wouldn't be treated as an alien by the alien planet's will. It could be said that he could confuse heaven's secrets and overturn the universe. Apart from this, his mental energy would also increase. Mental energy was also a type of energy. Just like electric waves, it was formless energy. This energy gathered in his body, and his cultivation increased again. One punch, Yin Shou's strongest punch, the Six Paths Divine Fist, landed on Jiang Li's face, but didn't cause any damage. He only felt that his punch seemed to have hit the sky. Jiang Li's body fused with the vast heaven's will at that moment, unshakable and able to contain almost everything. His punch was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. After a long time, the storm dissipated. Yin Shou's face was ashen, and he seemed to be discouraged. With his cultivation, he had used the strongest Six Paths Divine Fist, but his opponent wasn't injured at all. What did this mean? Even if his opponent was standing there, he wouldn't be able to kill him. For the first time, he felt powerless. Jiang Li let out a long breath. He pondered for a moment, and the 8 seals of the great monarch continued to circulate. Each seal created a microcycle in his body. Now that the 9 seals of the great emperor, heaven, earth, human heart, water, fire, wind, and lightning had all been completed, the only thing left was the general principles, dream seal. Once he successfully cultivated the dream imprint, he would be able to form the great emperor's embryo. He would then be able to sweep through the world, and it would not be impossible for him to fight against experts of the meditative realm. Because this time he had proven that the strongest practitioner in the embryonic breathing realm could not hurt him. Yin Shou cultivated the 6 realms' divine fists. The 6 great sage embryos in his body gathered together, And he also used the strongest killing move, eternal reincarnation, to activate his life potential. With one strike, it was already the strongest power among all the embryonic breaths. It could be said that regardless of whether it was on Earth or in the cultivation world, the attacks of all the strongest practitioners in the embryonic breathing realm were about the same as his. However, they had been neutralized just like that. Of course, if Jiang Xinyue cultivated the mixed essence breath, her attack power would be much stronger than Yin Shou's. This might hurt Jiang Li. Jiang Xinyue's supreme longevity scripture was still stronger than the Six Realms' divine fists. However, it was unknown how long it would take for Jiang Xinyue to cultivate the third level, the mixed essence breath. Finally, with the help of the attack of the Six Realms' divine fists, I have completely mastered the Great Emperor's heavenly seal. Speaking of which, I have to thank Yin Shou. Without his attack, I would not have been able to master this magnum opus. Jiang Li was secretly pleased, but he did not show it at all. He only said nonchalantly, "How is it? Yin Shou, my defensive ability is still all right, right? What exactly is in your body? It is not your own strength, but a strange magical treasure. Rather, it is a strange magic treasure. It has a dimension inside it that can absorb damage and attacks. It can also hide its own life force. I do not believe that this is your own strength. If this is indeed your own strength, then it is too terrifying." Yin Shou considered it for a moment before suddenly throwing out a sentence. "Oh, magical treasure? You said that I block your attack with a magical treasure?" Jiang Li laughed involuntarily. He had indeed relied on his own strength. However, when this strength was displayed, no one would believe it. It was too shocking. "Forget it. I will beat you at your own game." Jiang Li nodded. "That's right. There is indeed a magical treasure in my body that can hide my aura and increase my strength. It can even prevent a saint from sensing my existence. That is why I have deceived and blasphemed Saint Seesaw. I do not believe in her. There is no harm in telling you this, because there is a saint behind me. You should have analyzed this secret. I will not hide it from you. The reason why I am able to achieve this is all because of the saint's empowerment." He was biding his time, saying that his strength belonged to someone else. "You have a saint behind you. No wonder." Yin Shou's face showed a look of realization. "Who is it?" "It is not a human saint, because the Huaxia Corporation is familiar with the saints of the humans on Earth. That is not something that outsiders should know." Jiang Li laughed loudly. "What is your true strength like?" Yin Shou asked. "I have to figure this out. Otherwise, I will not be able to report it to the higher-ups and come up with a fixed plan for you. There is no need. When I return to Earth, I will conduct a human nuclear explosion experiment. You can make the arrangements. Also, if Saint Seesaw knows that I lied to her, she will definitely be furious. I hope the Huaxia Corporation can help me for a while." Jiang Li began to form alliances. "What? You want to conduct a human nuclear explosion experiment?" Yin Shou shuddered. "There is no point. Normally, only people in the meditative realm, whose vitality exceeds 100, would conduct a human nuclear explosion experiment. Even if you rely on magical treasures to conduct a nuclear explosion experiment, there is no point. Don't worry about that. Just do it when the time comes. Otherwise, I can directly apply to the military. But after the application, there will be a lot of commotion, and Marshal Goliath will find out, and Saint Seesaw will know about it." Jiang Li thought for a while. "I want to do it secretly. In fact, a human nuclear explosion experiment was a watershed for the highest level of human society. If a person could survive a nuclear explosion with only their physical body and not be harmed, then they would be recognized as one of the strongest human beings. In the era of nations, if a nuclear explosion could not destroy you, then you would be invincible. You could do anything you wanted on Earth. In fact, in the era of nations, even if a person could grab a bullet with their bare hands, or a bullet could not penetrate a person's body, then you would be invincible. In the modern era, although human attacks were stronger than a nuclear explosion, such as the interstellar cannon and dimensional crack, using these things required extremely complicated procedures and a huge amount of energy. For example, an interstellar cannon could completely turn the moon into dust in one shot, and it would disappear from this world. But from preparation to launch, it would take a few months. Therefore, a nuclear explosion was still the most common method of attack for human beings on Earth. Of course, the current nuclear explosion was much more powerful than the nuclear explosion in the era of nations. Normally, even the strongest embryonic breathing realm could not withstand a nuclear explosion, and it was impossible to survive in the center of a nuclear explosion. In theory, only a strong person in the meditative realm could open up many dimensional passages and use energy to conduct a human nuclear explosion experiment and survive in the center of a nuclear explosion. But such a loss was also very huge. For example, if Yin Shou wanted to conduct a human nuclear explosion experiment, he would be turned into nothingness in an instant. The reason why Jiang Li wanted to do a human nuclear explosion experiment was actually because he had gained enlightenment from the Great Emperor's heavenly seal from Yin Shou's 6 Paths Divine Fists. Only when the nuclear explosion experiment was extremely dangerous and the Great Emperor's fetus could absorb the damage and comprehend the realm could he understand that life was like a dream and comprehend the Great Emperor's dream seal. If he passed the human nuclear explosion experiment, then his status would definitely be on the same level as a meditative realm expert. It was equivalent to a human bullet experiment in the era of nations. For example, in the era of nations, a person would stand on the spot, completely naked, and let the bullets of submachine guns shoot at him. The bullets would not be able to penetrate his body. Such a person could obviously trample on the law in the era of nations. In the modern era, as long as you passed the human nuclear explosion experiment, you could also trample on many laws. As long as it was not too much, the higher-ups of humanity would turn a blind eye. Since you insist on doing things your own way, I will accept it. Yin Shou sized up Jiang Li once again. From now on, you are an ally of our Huaxia Corporation. I hope that when there is time, I can bring you to the elite zone and meet the head of the Huaxia Corporation. I can even bring you to meet the saint of the 6 paths. That's for sure. But now, I still need to train for a while and accumulate energy. Jiang Li started to ask around. I heard something. Apart from us humans on Earth, there are also people similar to angels who have invaded the cultivation world. This race is related to the big spaceship that fell on Earth. Is that so? This is a secret. How did you know? Yin Shou's tone became mysterious. Of course I know. Jiang Li's gaze swept around. I have encountered such things outside. Can you tell me some information? Where's the base camp of such things? You want to kill such things? Yin Shou originally wanted to say that angels were very dangerous, but when he thought about Jiang Li's hand, he changed his mind. Indeed, these things are very useful. If it is an angel invading from outside, killing one can even be rewarded by heaven's will. How about this? I do know a lot of information about angels. We have also formed a hunting team. I will inform someone to let you join the team and hunt at the many bases where angels gather. How about that? That's good. As long as I can kill angels, I don't mind. Jiang Li was very happy. Although he had accumulated enough energy, the holy fetus had gone through many changes after comprehending the Great Emperor Heavenly Seal. It seemed a little empty. If he went to do the human nuclear explosion experiment now, he might not be able to. He had to kill more angels and accumulate more energy to obtain the divine ability in one go. Chapter 3:21. Good. Wait here for a while. Your teammates will gather here soon. We'll go out and hunt the angels together. Yin Shou looked at the time. I'll report your situation to the Huaxia Group headquarters, but I still need your permission. How about that? At the same time, if you need anything for cultivation, I can get it for you. Of course, you have to have enough spirit stones to buy it. That's not necessary. I don't have many spirit stones on me. I can't afford some expensive things. Jiang Li clapped his hands. Actually, no pills meant much to him now. He would rather devour angels. They were the best pills and supplements. Any angel had a lot of energy. After devouring it, it would be stored in the Great Emperor embryo. Then, it would be transformed by the Great Emperor's 9 seals. It could be used to repair the body, increase one's stamina, and even release lightning, fire, wind. Are you really not considering joining the Huaxia Group? Yin Shou asked again, It would be best if you could pull some strings and let our Saint of the Six Paths meet with the saint behind you. I'll reveal a piece of information here. If you want to break free from Saint Seesaw's control, I can ask the Saint of the Six Paths for help. We can work together with the saint behind you and use some opportunities to kill him. Saint Seesaw is a Westerner and our biggest enemy. He once killed many Huaxia experts. This time, he sees that you are of Huaxia bloodline and wants to kill you immediately. That's why he ordered you to worship him. That's how ambitious he is. Zhongli didn't like Saint Seesaw. He even wanted to kill her. She had been forcing him. If not for little Thearka's blasphemy worm, he would have sold his soul. However, he wouldn't believe the Huaxia group's promise for now. How could it be so easy to kill a saint? Even if Little the Arch and Hua Lu Dao worked together, they might not be able to kill him. It was possible to defeat such a person, but it was basically impossible to kill him, unless they set up a trap or found his lair and trapped him with all sorts of methods. If even a trace of his consciousness was leaked, there would be endless trouble. Even a god would have to spend some effort to kill a saint. A trap was needed to kill a saint. Let's talk about this matter after I have advanced to the embryonic breathing realm. It's still too early for us to talk about killing a saint. However, you have guts. You even dare to say such things? Zhongli admired Yin Shou's guts. If you don't even have the guts, how can you cultivate? I'm not afraid of anyone. Yin Shou said proudly. Killing a saint is indeed a big deal. In front of Saint, we are still ants. However, even an ant must have the heart to challenge the dragon god, and must not be dispirited. Well said. Zhongli clapped his hands and said, Yin Shou, you are a wonderful person. I hope that the Huaxia Corporation can take care of my brother. If my brother is in danger because of the Huaxia Corporation's mistake, then I have to warn you that even I don't know what kind of crazy things I will do. I'm afraid the saint behind me will also be furious. Don't worry. Yin Shou snapped his fingers. Your brother's ability to survive is also extremely strong. However, he likes to do dangerous things. You know this as well. He has no regrets even if he dies 9 times. I know this, as long as you don't deliberately frame him. Zhongli said, there will be internal strife in any organization. My brother always shows off his abilities and doesn't know how to be patient. He definitely has enemies within the Huaxia Corporation. There are some enemies, but your brother can completely deal with them. Without enemies, how can he train? Yin Shou turned around and began to send emails to the Huaxia Corporation, reporting Jiang Li's information and news. Jiang Li didn't care. If he could form a relationship with a giant corporation like the Huaxia Corporation, he could benefit from both sides and reap benefits. Moreover, his brother was also in it. Although he knew that the Huaxia Corporation was related to the Resistance, and might even be the Resistance's headquarters, Zhongli now had a different view of the Resistance. He neither opposed nor supported it, and decided to wait and see. This was because he knew that among the Westerners, there were people who colluded with the angels. The fallen spaceship civilization was a threat that could topple human civilization. In comparison, the Huaxia Resistance was more normal. It was an internal strife among humans. Just as the two were about to speak, a few powerful auras entered the hall. A few more people appeared out of nowhere in the hall. 2 men and 2 women. Of the 2 men, one was a burly man with a bald head and a ferocious gaze that was as sharp as a sword. Whenever he looked at someone, that person would feel as if they were being sliced into pieces. The other man was a teenager who was only 15 or 16 years old. Logically speaking, he should be in high school. However, the aura he emitted was the most powerful. Apart from that, the 2 women were both tall. Each of them was 9 meters tall, and their bodies were well-proportioned and slender. One had an oval face, and the other had peach blossom eyes. One had a pure aura, and the other had an enchanting aura. However, neither of them looked older than 25 years old. Yin Shou, why did you call us here? We don't have much time. We still have to complete the mission. Did the higher-ups have any new instructions? The woman with peach blossom eyes and enchanting aura spoke as soon as she came in. No, I brought you a new teammate. Yin Shou smiled. A new teammate? The 4 people looked at Zhongli. The bald man's expression turned serious. and his body emitted a threatening cold aura. The four of us cooperate seamlessly. What's the point of putting another person in the middle? Who is he? The 15 or 16 years old teenager looked at Jiangli. Is this the teammate who will join the team? Impossible. His vitality is like an ant's. As soon as he spoke, the bald man didn't say anything. Obviously, this teenager was the leader. This teenager was extremely strong, almost no weaker than Yin Shou. He was also a mixed elemental breath expert. This kind of expert was rare, even for Jiangli. Who was he to cultivate to mixed elemental breath at the age of 15 or 16? He was more talented than a genius. He is Jiang Tao's brother, Jiangli. He is extremely strong, but because he has a magic treasure, he can conceal his strength. This time, he will accompany you to kill the angel. Yin Shou said. Jiangli? Jiang Tao's brother? The top freshman in Starry Sky University? The one who defeated Gui Junzi and Jiang Hailong at Chongding? The one who defeated Embryonic Breath, Chongding? The pure girl suddenly said. You know me? Jiangli was a little surprised. I'm also a student of Starry Sky University, but I have already graduated. 3 years ago, I came to the cultivation world to fight and hone myself. The pure girl's eyes flashed. However, based on the strength that you have displayed, you are still a little too weak. The four of us are all at the Divine Breath Realm, and he is our leader at the Mixed Essence Breath Realm. When we work together, we have already experienced thousands of battles, big and small, and our teamwork is practically flawless. If you want to join us, you will only disrupt our rhythm. These four are Fong, Lung Yu, Peach Blossom, and this leader, codenamed Young Marshall. Yin Shou began to introduce them. The bald man's codename was Fong. The pure girl's codename was Lung Yu. The enchanting girl's codename was Peach Blossom, and the 15 or 16 years old boy's codename was Young Marshall. These people were not real names, but codenames. It was obvious that these people were soldiers. Soldiers usually did not use their real names, but codenames. I will not join your team. I only want you to bring me to the angel base. You can kill your own, and I will kill mine. Jiangli could not be bothered to argue with them. This small team had been through many hardships, and he was indeed too lazy to cooperate with them. These people were all proud and arrogant. Jiangli was also a loner and did not cooperate with others. Kill the angel? Lung Yu laughed. The angel is a group. When they work together, there are thousands of them. Also, it is difficult to kill them with normal attacks. Every angel is a body of energy. Even if you cut them in half, they can still recover. If there are hundreds of angels surrounding you, even if you are at the embryonic breathing realm, you will not be able to withstand them. We can be lazy to take care of you. I don't need you to take care of me. I can take care of myself. Also, I have many magical treasures on me. Once I die, can't you guys pick up my magical treasures? Jiang Li's words were unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the bald man, Fong, laughed maniacally. I like what you said. That's right. After you die, we can pick up your magical treasures. I can easily let you follow us to find the angel's lair. Fong, be careful, Yin Shou said nervously. Jiang Li's ability is very strong. If he follows you, he will definitely be able to shelter you. Oh, Yin Shou, even you say so. I don't believe it. The young marshal's gaze turned cold. He is not in the embryonic breathing realm. No matter how strong he is, there is a limit. You can test him. Yin Shou was non-committal. He didn't explain. Actually, he wanted Jiang Li to form a team with these people because he wanted to see how strong Jiang Li was. He had never been able to see through Jiang Li's ability. Although he had received news that there was a magical treasure in Jiang Li's body that could absorb damage, he couldn't see clearly what the magical treasure was. Moreover, he was sure that this magical treasure that could absorb damage was too amazing. When his fist had landed on Jiang Li's body, he had felt that every cell in his body was like a vast ocean. This wasn't like a magical treasure, but Jiang Li's own ability. However, he would rather believe that it was the magical treasure's ability than Jiang Li's own ability. If it was his own ability, it would be too scary. All right, I'll try. The young marshal took a step forward. No one saw how he made his move, but his palm was already in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li still didn't move. He allowed the palm to land on his chest. Suddenly, he felt the gloomy power of the palm. It was like a mysterious ice that wanted to freeze his entire body. Cold chi energy? But it doesn't matter. Even if it is cold chi, I can absorb it. Heat energy is energy, and cold chi is also energy. Without thinking, Zhongli absorbed all the energy in this palm. Chapter 322. The opponent's palm force leaned towards the cold. With one palm, even a small river could be frozen, but it was useless against Zhongli. The cold air was absorbed into his body, and with a little circulation, it disappeared without a trace. He didn't know what martial arts this was. What a Five Emperor's great demon fist. That move just now, the black deity mysterious ice force, has the aura of freezing 1,000 miles. Yin Shou praised, but he was being sarcastic because under the young commander, as palm, not even a hair on Jiang Li's body fell. The Five Emperor's great demon fist was an SSS-level martial arts. Once mastered, the body would condense 5 holy embryos. Although it was slightly weaker than the 6 Taoist divine fist, the realm of martial arts still depended on the person's cultivation. Those with high aptitude, even if they practiced ordinary martial arts, could nurture the heavenly Tao from the ordinary. Whether it was the Five Emperor's great demon fist or the 6 Taoist divine fist, they were all peerless martial arts. Although they were not as good as the Supreme Longevity Sutra, as long as it was cultivated successfully, it was also a path to the saint realm. Right now, this young commander cultivated the Five Emperor's great demon fist, and what he had just used was the black deity mysterious ice force. The 5 elemental energies changed with each other, and each move had earth-shattering power. But this was useless against Zhongli. You have a treasure in your body that can absorb damage? The young commander's expression changed, but he didn't attack anymore. This treasure is indeed amazing, but it is impossible to achieve great things just by relying on it. This is also the reason why you can't enter the embryonic breathing realm, but this has nothing to do with me. After testing you, I feel that you are qualified, so follow us. But remember, if you are in danger, we will not help you. No problem. Zhongli didn't care. As long as we find the angel's lair, I will arrange my own things. That's good. The young commander waved his hand. Let's go. Swoosh. His body flew up, leaving behind a string of voices. We're leaving. If you can keep up, then follow. If you can't, there's nothing we can do. The other 3 also flew up. Zhongli watched. The 4 of them worked together, and the energy of the holy embryos communicated with each other. This way, they became one, and they were faster than ordinary experts. In the blink of an eye, these people disappeared. Yin Shou looked at Zhongli. Why aren't you going after him? These people are very fast. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up if you're too late. Is that so? Do you think they're fast? Zhongli shook his head. I think they're slow, too slow. What? Too slow? How fast are you? Let me have a look. Yin Shou felt that Zhongli was boasting too much. Speed was something that could only be boosted by mecha and battleships. Otherwise, if one went too fast, their physical bodies would crumble. He didn't think that the magic treasures on Zhongli were omnipotent. I've already left. Can't you see that? Just as Yin Shou was urging Zhongli to leave, Zhongli's body gradually became thinner. It was actually not his real body, but a shadow. His voice also remained in place. As it turned out, Zhongli had left a long time ago. However, he was too fast. His speed surpassed the limit, so his afterimage was still left behind, and his voice was also left behind. Yin Shou actually didn't realize that this was the amazing thing about Zhongli. This. Yin Shou almost jumped up. How could this happen? This isn't logical. If he used a magic treasure, he wouldn't be able to be so calm and so casual. This is simply his own strength. His mental state wouldn't be able to control such powerful strength. Could it be? Could it really be his own strength? Impossible. If that's the case, it's even more illogical. High up in the sky, the 4 of them flew together, forming a 4 symbols formation. Each of them was about a meter apart, but there were energy lines connecting them. The energy lines connected with each other, and when the four of them combined their strength, they were as fast as lightning. Moreover, as they flew, a circle appeared in the middle of them. Deep inside the circle, there was actually a connection with the second dimension. Spiritual energy seeped out from the circle and turned into raging flames. It was like a furnace burning, propelling the four of them to fly. This was using a divine ability to simulate the flight of a furnace. We used the Scarlet Darch flight technique, and our speed has reached 70 times the speed of sound. Can that Jiang Li catch up to us? Lung Yu asked the team leader, young Marshal. It doesn't matter. If we can't catch up to him, it means that he isn't strong enough. If he doesn't even have this bit of speed, how can he kill the angels with us? The young Marshal fell into deep thought. But this kid does have some tricks. He actually took my Black Emperor Mystic Ice Force head on and was unharmed. The magic treasure in his body is indeed powerful. I think that magic treasure was definitely given to him by Saint Seesaw. The bald man smiled coldly and said, Team leader, Saint Seesaw is a Westerner. She's going against this Huasha people. Why don't we kill this kid and take back his magic treasure? I don't think Saint Seesaw can do anything to us. We can't kill this kid. Don't forget, his brother is the most important person to us. Now that he has entered a powerful sect and is being nurtured, he might be able to gain the sect's trust in time. It will be very beneficial to our Huasha group. If he hears that his brother was killed by us, he might have bad thoughts. The young Marshal rejected this idea. Those two brothers are really interesting. One is a staunch supporter of our Huasha Nation Restoration Organization, while the other believes in a Western saint. It can be said that they have gone their separate ways. There will definitely be a battle. Peach Blossom smiled charmingly. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. The bald man said fiercely with his fangs, I still only have one word, and that is to kill. Let's wait and see. If he was ordered by Saint Seesaw and came here with ulterior motives, then we can only kill him. The young Marshal did not think much of it. But from the looks of it, he can't catch up to us. We can't be bothered with him. Everyone, what are you discussing? At that moment, a thought came from afar. It was in front of them. The young Marshal looked over in shock and realized that there was a person standing on the mountain peak in front of him. Who else could it be but Jiang Li? He was playing with a leaf in his hand when he saw the four of them flying in the distance. Everyone, your flying speed is really slow. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. What? The young Marshal and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Captain, what's going on? Lung Yu's eyes flashed. It's impossible for him to surpass us in speed. This person has a secret. Let's go down and take a look. Don't say anything for now, the young Marshal said calmly. I'll ask and test him. All right. We'll leave everything to you, Captain. His teammates were very cooperative. This was a mutual understanding that had been cultivated through thousands of battles. The four of them landed on the mountain peak. The young Marshal said, Jiang Li, it seems that I've underestimated you. Tell me, did Seesaw give you the Dharma treasure in your body? What kind of Dharma treasure is it? Do you know how magical it is? Seesaw is one of the greatest enemies of the Chinese. I heard that you've offended Jiang Nailan, but to us, Seesaw is a much greater threat than Jiang Nailan. That's none of my business. Jiang Li played with a leaf in his hand. I'll kill whoever threatens my survival. Let's not talk about righteousness for now. Survival comes first. As for Seesaw, he's not a good person. The Chinese corporation and I are discussing how to end him. You? The young Marshal suddenly felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Logically, even the most hypocritical believer would respect their Lord and would never blaspheme him. However, Jiang Li had directly said that Saint Seesaw was not a good person. This was not the behavior of a believer, but an enemy. This could not be faked, because believers were completely devoted to their faith in the Lord. It was impossible for them to blaspheme the Lord. Even if someone blasphemed the Lord with their words, they would rush up and kill them. A true believer could completely violate human laws for the Lord. This situation could only mean one thing. Jiang Li was not a believer of Seesaw at all. How did he hide it from the saint? At that moment, Jiang Li's image became mysterious in the young Marshal's mind. His expression changed. So, you're saying that there's a saint behind you? You have the power to deceive Seesaw? I don't understand. How could you deceive a saint? How audacious. I did this because I had enough confidence. Seesaw was up to no good. I am a person of the Hua Xia bloodline, and I have shown myself in the Starry Sky University. He immediately came to me and forced me to believe in him. This is equivalent to killing my future. Naturally, I will not let him off. Jiang Li waved his hand. So, you don't have to worry that I am Saint Seesaw's man. That's good. No wonder I saw Yin show acting mysterious and said that you were very strong. In this way, you are one of us. The young marshal heaved a sigh of relief. Your brother is one of us. You don't believe in Seesaw, so I'm not wary of you. Can you tell me what magical treasure is in your body? Why do I feel that this magical treasure is omnipotent? If I say that this is not a magical treasure, but my own strength, will you believe me? Jiangli did not care at all. I don't believe you. The young marshal did not consider this at all. If this is your own strength, then it is too terrifying. How strong are you when you advanced to the embryonic breathing realm? You might be the first human in history. Only an amazing expert like you can advance to the saint level. However, I do not believe that this is your own strength. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. A tall tree attracts the wind. Jiangli did not explain too much in this aspect. Since we have cleared up the misunderstanding, can you bring me to the angel's lair now? No problem. The young marshal waved his hand. Let's go together. He took the lead and flew up, increasing his speed again. Jiangli casually followed behind. After flying for about a day and a night, the young marshal saw that Jiangli did not look tired at all. He could not help but be secretly shocked. Moreover, along the way, he did not see any aura of Jiangli using a magical treasure. It was all his physical body controlling the air current. This shocked him greatly. Could it be that this is really his own strength? He shook his head in disbelief. Even if his physical body is strong, it is impossible for him to absorb the cold energy of my Black Emperor mysterious ice force. Moreover, along the way, he did not see Jiangli absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or using spiritual stones. We are here. The bald, burly man with fangs stopped and pointed into the distance. Jiangli realized that in the distance was a vast ocean. The water vapor was blowing over. The waves were turbulent, and the tsunami was overwhelming. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.